Hapakiso, do you have a question? I see your hand is up.
And yeah, and it's like I forgot to. Okay. It's down now. Thank you.
Okay, everything okay? You know, you happy?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy now. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Bye.
Hello.
with audio. And at the moment, I can see the entire program. That is clearly what has been put up at the moment. Okay, it looks like I'm there, Billy. Okay. Bye bye now.
Good morning, Sacla attendees, and a very special welcome to the chairman of Sacla, Andre Karlitz. On behalf of the Rhodes Organizing Committee for 2020, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this 49th annual conference of the Southern African Computer Lecturers Association, and also our very first virtual Sacla conference. Even though we aren't physically gathered at the same space at Mpokweni Beach Resort with a view of the gorgeous Eastern Cape Beach, we hope that the virtual experience will be just as rewarding for everyone. The committee is delighted by the huge interest shown in attending this conference, with a total of 110 participants registered. For this, we are truly indebted to our sponsors who continue to support us even when the conference went virtual. This support has made it possible for many more to attend than might otherwise have happened. I'm sure you're all very keen to get the presentation started, but first I'd like to introduce Professor Dave Suri, the Dean of Commerce at Rhodes University, to give a formal Rhodes welcome to you all. Many of you will know Dave as a long-standing member of Sacla during his time in the Department of Computer Science, and then later as the head of the Department of Information Systems at Rhodes. So without further ado, I will pass the virtual microphone over to Dave. Thank you, Dave.
Morning, Corin. In time-honored fashion, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dave. Thank you.
Right, let me go ahead. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Sacla 2020. A particular word of welcome to our guest speakers, Dr. Helen Purchase of Glasgow University and Professor Charles Young of Rhodes University. Indeed, both guest speakers are well known to me. Professor Young, my colleague here at Rhodes University, and Dr. Purchase, with whom I studied in the early 1980s, also here at Rhodes University. Charles and Helen, it's good to have you with us and looking forward to your contributions. Dr. Purchase and Professor Young join teachers and researchers from throughout Southern Africa, and I'm sure beyond, to share advances in computer science, information systems, informatics, information technology, and a variety of cognate disciplines. The conference program aptly describes Sacla as a relatively informal association of people involved in the teaching of computer science and information systems at universities throughout Southern Africa. What could also justifiably have been stated was that Sacla has served as the birthplace of lifelong professional and social friendships that have lasted literally decades. Some 32 years ago, as a young and inexperienced lecturer, I presented one of my first papers at Sacla 1988, held in Wilderness, South Africa. The warmth and welcome of the conference and the support of attendees did much to settle my anxiety and nerves. For those of you who may also have been there, and looking at the program, I think there are a couple, my enduring thanks. Throughout the intervening years, that warmth, welcome and support has been sustained, and I'm also sure you'll feel it over the next couple of days. I just need to check that I'm still live. Corin?
Yes, perfect. You're fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To say that we live in uncertain times would be a gross underestimation. Uncertain as we navigate a fast-changing technological and business environment, but also a deeply uncertain time as a result of the pandemic that has engulfed our world. COVID-19 has impacted all of us greatly. We all either know or have personal experience of someone who is infected by the virus and who is now recovering, or more tragically, know someone who was infected and has passed on. For the former, all strength in the days ahead, and in the latter, my and the organizing committee's sincere condolences. The theme for the conference is TLDR, Teaching the New Generation. TLDR being the acronym meaning too long, didn't read. Reading written text must surely be one of the founding pillars of any society. Reading for the love of reading, reading for the sheer pleasure, or reading for knowledge, as we as teachers would most likely understand reading, is central to everything we do. Who doesn't salivate at the prospect of a comfortable chair, a warm environment, a cup of coffee, and a good book? Kindle or crisp paperback with characteristic smell, no matter what its length. It would be easy to rationalize the new generation's aversion to reading anything longer than 256 bytes as a feature of the modern technological era with which the old generation needs to get a grip. But it's more than that. Lecturers and researchers justifiably complain of students simply not engaging with material, not reading from start to finish, not reading, pausing, thinking, and then reading some more. It is, as the conference program suggests, a rush to the shortest précis of a written work, often aided and abetted by a conveniently positioned link on a website. The COVID-19 pandemic has also exposed the reading malady. Without a lecturer or tutor to answer questions verbally and give instant feedback, students are required to read, and probably more than they've ever done before. It's going to be more than interesting to see how students cope in assessments. It would also be easy to ignore students' lack of interest in reading. Lecturers could quite happily forge ahead regardless, firm in a conviction that reading is fundamental, and students resist the need to read at their own peril. The combined wisdom of this conference is not something to underestimate. I would bet my last precariously positioned rand that each attendee is an idea or two worthy of testing. Sacla's roots are firmly embedded in teaching and research. If we do believe reading is important, how might our teaching and research make this explicit, even if we do so by stealth? The printed textbook or journal article as a primary source of information has dwindled significantly in the last decade. If they weren't on their last legs, the online and remote learning forced on us by the pandemic will have placed them precariously close to the annals of history. Gutenberg brought us the printed book, and Babbage and successive scientists employ us to bid a fond farewell to paper, ink, upper and lowercase trays, and the distinctive aroma of printer's glue. However, if Babbage's full-length electronic book or journal article has not grabbed the attention of our readers, we probably need to introduce an element of stealth. If we can't get students to read, how might we change what we wish them to read to make it an attractive and learning experience? Are our romantic notions of reading a novel on our favorite sofa incorrectly applied to texts of a technical nature? Acknowledging the contradiction, the new generation's learning strategies are both confounding and enormously attractive. What's so wrong with asking students to read a seminal work from page 1 to page N? What's so wrong with asking students to read, pause, think, scribble, and read some more? What's the rush? On the other hand, what's so wrong with just wanting to read the core aspects of the work and doing so in one page? Why the tome? What's wrong with not wanting to read every last word of a single paper if it gives students more time to read many more texts? The caveat being that the core ideas for each paper have been absorbed. Each of these questions deserves our attention and response. Answers may well be found in the following areas: innovative presentation of text, layered carefully to reveal particular knowledges as information is revealed as the reader digs deeper or moves tangentially. Literature surveys expressed as maps or graphs intended to reveal connections and linkages of historical, contextual, associational, or technical importance. Semantic threads extracted from the text to reveal the development of core arguments. Animations and visualizations to drive home complex thoughts and ideas. use of simple tools to search for items of interest, pop-up explanations of statistical calculations and complex formulae so frequently misunderstood by readers, continuation of our commonplace practice of embedding hot links in text, and of course, embracing introductions and conclusions of a more traditional format and style. If the view of lecturers is that our students don't read enough, time and effort would be well spent using our technological prowess to explore ways to change students' attitudes and, more importantly, their practices. And surely no better place is provided than the warm, welcoming, and supportive environment of Sacla. As is the case with all conferences, the co-chairs of Dr. Ingrid Seeborger, Professor Karen Bradshaw, and the entire organizing team deserve our grateful thanks, as do the following sponsors: the Institute of Information Technology Professionals, South Africa, Rhodes University, and Pearson Publishers. Finally, I return to the conference theme of TLDR, Teaching the New Generation. When I caught sight of the title, for just a fleeting moment, I thought it was superbly timed as an acronym standing for Teaching and Learning Done Remotely, Teaching the New Generation. I could not have been more wrong, but it does give me the opportunity to express a deep felt thanks to all teachers and researchers who have gone to the very end of their tethers to continue with the academic project in extraordinarily troubled times. Please enjoy Sacla 2020 from the comfort of wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for those very inspiring words. And also for thanking all our sponsors as well. Thanks a lot. Before I ask Ingrid to introduce our first speaker, there's just one or two amendments to the program that I'd like to make you aware of. There's a small change on the Tuesday morning program. And there's also a elongated closing session on Thursday afternoon where we're going to include the award of the best paper for the conference, the chairman's report for Sacla 2020, as well as a short promotion by the organizers for Sacla 2021. In addition, we'll also be awarding a few small prizes at this closing ceremony for a variety of attendance categories, like the nth person who might have registered to join on the Tuesday. So please don't leave us before the final session. You might be in line for a small award just by attending. And finally, I just want to make the presenters aware of how we're going to be doing the timing session. The Sacla Zoom icon will change to green when it's 5 minutes. It'll change to yellow when there's 2 minutes. And finally, there will be a red icon for the Sacla Zoom attendee when you need to stop. So please keep an eye on the small icons on the side of your screen to show how many minutes you still have left. And for now, all that's left for me to say is sit back again and enjoy the conference. And as Dave said, from the comfort of your own home or wherever you may be. Over to you, Ingrid. Thank you.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to the first of the academic sessions for today. We've got two presentations this morning. The first is by Kudzai Katsidzira and Lisa Seymour, and the paper is entitled Factors Impacting Using the Internet for Learning, the Digital Divide in South African Secondary Schools. So at this point, I'd like to hand over to Kudzai, who will be presenting this paper to us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me.
We can.
Okay. Okay, just to confirm, can you see my screen?
We can indeed.
Okay, I'll start. Globally, governments are providing the internet to schools to improve the quality of teaching and learning. The Western Cape Education Department recently embarked on an e-learning schools project in 2015 to provide broadband to schools within the province. This project has had some challenges and not all schools have embraced e-learning. Through a case study of 8 schools, this research explains how relevant factors impact the use of the internet in teaching and learning in Cape Town schools. This is just a summary of the content that will be spoken about in this presentation. New technologies and information are emerging to enhance our everyday lives, yet people still face barriers to participate in this revolution. Social inequalities arise as the digital revolution progresses due to everyone not being equally empowered, thus increasing the digital divide. While it is believed that broadband can aid in digitally transforming education, the effects of broadband, once implemented, are not fully understood. Lack of understanding does not only affect current and future policies towards broadband provision and implementation, but how teaching takes place, as well as the digital divide. Bill Gates recently stated, "The value of computers in classrooms is virtually nil." So that's the good news. We didn't accentuate the digital divide. The school with computers are just as bad as ones without them, which raises the question, what influences successful use of technology in teaching? The role of teachers is surely as critical as they are aware of learners, particularly how they learn, remember, and process information. The purpose of this research will explain how relevant factors impact the use of internet for teaching and learning within the school environment. Many governments have supported or subsidized the implementation of broadband, particularly in schools, in trying to bridge the digital divide. So this brings me to the research question. How has the use of the internet for learning been influenced in secondary schools in Cape Town, South Africa? This Cape Town is an ideal region to select schools from, as it is a region with one of the highest broadcast spectrum within South Africa, and it is part of the previously mentioned e-learning project. Now to take a look at what literature says about this topic. Internet is easily accessible in developed regions such as North America and parts of Europe, yet accessing the internet is particularly harder in less developed countries such as Africa, Asian, and Latin America. This is due to the poor infrastructure, which leads to poor internet speed, which affects the reliability of the internet and hinders individuals and schools from using it effectively. And in some cases, there's no internet access at all. Governments have shown to support the internet through the policies and projects they've implemented. They've been trying to bridge the gap through these policies and projects and have seen that there can be benefits from providing internet in schools, such as economic benefits and through e-learning. It appears that the usage of the internet by teachers and learners is to try to create smart classrooms through using technology within those classrooms. But as it has been found that it is hard for some regions to access the internet, and its effects are not fully understood. The main themes that have arisen from literature are shown on this slide, with ones to highlight quality of ICT infrastructure, power supply, and other relevant technologies, learners' use of the internet for entertainment, printing cost reduction, teachers' computer literacy, availability of relevant teaching materials or training, just to mention a few. Now, with the methodology of this research, the philosophy of the research influenced the assumptions made about the research, which reinforced the methods and strategy chosen. Seeing as the research is explanatory, the research on the proposed topic was centered on understanding a teacher's experience around the use of broadband in the teaching space. It attempted to describe how teachers have been impacted as broadband has been introduced. The philosophy is interpretive, which focuses on understanding the role of humans as social actors and understanding the point of view of those being researched. A multiple case study strategy was conducted, with each school representing a case. Now, to better understand the coding, it is important to note that historically, South African schools under apartheid have been categorized into Model A, private schools, B, state schools, and C, state-aided schools. Now, the first character of the case represents the school type, which I've just mentioned. Participant codes start with the case number and end with A, if they had 10 years or less teaching experience, and B, if they had more. Judgment sampling was used as a qualitative sampling technique and to select diverse teachers within each school. Semi-structured interviews were performed following a loose interview protocol. Now moving on to the findings. While the motivation for introducing broadband into Western Cape schools was partially to reduce the digital divide, our analysis found high levels of inequality in terms of internet use when contrasting the different school types. Here is a summary of the factors impacting the learners' use of the internet for learning, which I will elaborate on as I go on throughout the presentation. What's important to note is how each factor, one factor drives the other factors. There are three contextual factors that impact learners and school facilities: high data costs, disparity between households in South Africa, where learners have unequal access to devices and internet at home, and the unreliable power utility. The one being referred to here is Eskom. The Education Department has started to provide facilities such as internet access, training courses, and online content. Many schools, particularly state-aided schools, have found facilities to be inadequate. Private schools appear to be having provided appropriate facilities for a while. Private schools noted that learners had internet access over the last 10 years. Generally, state-aided schools were either using their own internet and the WCED internet, while some fee-free schools were still installing the internet or struggling with its capacity. In terms of the DOE courses and online content, they provided the necessary courses and online content for teachers, but this was critiqued by some as being too little too late, as private schools had been setting trends in terms of online content for a while. Private and state-aided schools had been investing in their own technology support and training. Many of these schools had dedicated a post for integrating technology into teaching and training teachers. In contrast, one fee-free paying school had not yet opened their computer lab, as they had no one to manage the lab and staff had not been trained. In terms of managing internet usage, clear policies on internet use are needed, and there is a need for management to be driving technology use. Many of the schools had set policies that prevented learners from using their phones at schools where internet was being used for teaching. It was being driven from a senior level. Moving on to how school technologies impact school technologies as a factor. The digital divide is clear in South Africa, and some schools have the necessary technologies needed for the use of the internet for teaching and learning, while others don't have them or have challenges with them. The unequal distribution of these technologies is driven by unequal school facilities. The responses indicated that the quality of internet and associated infrastructure varies between schools, and participants have different experiences regarding internet usage. The fee-free schools were complaining about the unreliable and slow internet. Even private and state-aided schools had their challenges, but the difference is they had staff who were monitoring the situation and adding network points where necessary, and this helped improve the internet. But it is important to understand that having the internet is not sufficient. Teachers need to have technologies to teach with. And it was found that in some schools, there were smart boards and tablets available, but they were not being used. This lack of use was driven by insufficient facilities to teach and support the teachers. In poorer schools, The only devices learners had access to were computers in restricted labs, and these computers were often insufficient. In wealthier schools, learners were issued with tablets for use in the classroom, and it was deemed that although most learners have phones, these were deemed to be insufficient. Another issue is the fear of students carrying their phones and devices to school due to crime. Many schools wanted to avoid this. Software was also being used to control what learners could do on their phones, and tablets were preferred to phones as this software could be installed on tablets but not on the learners' personal phones. There were blockers and firewalls installed to help control what learners could access on the internet. But in contrast, in fee-free schools, it noted that learners could access any content. Finally, once all these school technologies are in place, learners need to access email-appropriate learning software and management systems. The private and some state-aided schools refer to the use of school email accounts and software such as Google Classroom. Certain teachers' characteristics were found to impact how they use the internet in teaching, and in some cases, these teachers' characteristics were driven by the school and Department of Education facilities. Teachers' lack of computer literacy was shown to influence their use of internet for teaching. Teachers do not use the internet in teaching because they do not have the necessary computer literacy or do not want to be embarrassed in class. Some wanted to appear to be the smartest in the room. Workshops and training on the use of ICT in teaching was found to change teachers' computer literacy and their enthusiasm for using IT. The age of teachers was often referred to by many respondents. Some respondents felt that older teachers generally didn't allow devices in the classroom and that younger teachers were more familiar with the relevant use and therefore used them more easily. But one of the older respondents confirmed how technology could be a high source of frustration, but because of their teaching experience, ultimately the use of relevant technologies had a better effect. The subjects teachers also appeared to affect the use of technology in teaching. In one case, a respondent noted that language teachers don't use the internet in teaching, while another respondent noted how online resources were fantastic for teaching languages. Style appeared to have a strong impact on the internet in teaching. It seems when a teacher has a modern or constructivist teaching style, they believed in inquiry-based learning-led teaching and their role merely as a facilitator of teaching. This teaching style seemed to encourage group work, peer assessment, online participation, and learner preparing lessons. Learners' characteristics. Teachers noted that certain learner characteristics, which they believed was influencing how they were teaching, was influencing how they use the internet in teaching and how learners use the internet for learning. For learners to benefit from internet usage, they need to have their own device and internet access at home, which is not the reality for most learners. The use of e-learning systems was not embraced because learners did not have that access. Teachers who were embracing the use of internet in their teaching referred to learners who were attracted to using the internet as, just being stimulated by its presence. It appeared that learners preferred visual and auditory stimuli over reading. Many of the teachers noted that learners were not able to control their usage. They found social media videos and connecting via the internet hard to resist. And it was also noted that learners don't take notes anymore. So for example, if a student misses some notes during the lesson, they would prefer to go take a photograph of the notes on the board and take it home with them. How teachers use the internet for teaching was found to be influenced by the characteristics of learners, the teacher's own characteristics, and the school's technologies. In all schools, some teachers were using the internet to prepare teaching content that learners can relate to. For example, cited include creating Facebook profiles for literature characters, using short videos and PowerPoints of breaking news and economics, playing YouTube clips of poems to help make the content stick for learners. Teachers were also using the internet to access and complete online courses to refresh their teaching practice. Free courses and Google certifications were referred to. In schools with e-learning systems, teachers were sending out all announcements to learners and parents via the internet, which helped with communication, distributing all learning content such as notes, memos, and previous tests and videos in this way. Another way was teachers were sending test information to learners via WhatsApp, but if a learner didn't have a smartphone, this could disadvantage them. Another way is in fee-free schools, a teacher noted content was sometimes distributed via flash drives, but this did not help learners who did not have access to computers or an email. Learners' use of the internet for learning. How learners use the internet for teaching is influenced by teachers' use of technology for teaching and the school's internet technologies. In many schools, this usage was severely restricted. Learners use the internet for finding information. This ranges from doing school projects and looking up the meaning of different words or spelling. In schools that used e-learning systems, learners can access all content online, and this can be very helpful or useful if a student was absent or left behind. There are also many online content that has been uploaded on the Western Cape Education Department's portal. In many schools, they were talking about moving to electronic textbooks only, which can be very beneficial to learners as they only need to carry a tablet in their bag instead of heavy textbooks. And it is more cost effective as there are no printing costs. Learners were also using the internet to submit assignments or perform online assessments. The teachers referred to how useful this was as they were easily able to control submission deadlines and give extensions of a few hours. They also use the internet to communicate with their peers and teachers. This could be through email, e-learning systems, WhatsApp, or different instant messaging platforms. This is seen as critical to keep up with class content and learning how to communicate, especially in group projects. This feeds into the broader theme of fitting into the digital world. Teachers referred to the internet preparing learners to have digital literacy, collaboration skills, problem-solving skills, creative thinking skills, and fourth industrial skills, essentially becoming citizens of the 21st century. In conclusion, we can see from the findings that the impact of the internet on education is not well understood. And the dominant factors that impact are the actual characteristics of learners and teachers, facilities provided by the Western Cape Education Department, relevant schools, and the practices of teachers. From a practice perspective, we can see that local governments and organizations, schools, and teachers trying to increase and reduce inequalities in e-learning students. These findings could help university lecturers who need to understand how teaching practices in schools are changing. So what does this mean going forward? The recommendation is that research on cost-effective ways to get access to devices for poor learners and mechanisms that can employ to control phone usage in the classroom should be conducted. I think this would be very beneficial, especially in the times that we are living in where a lot of the content now is online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kudzai. Just want to say at this point, if there are any questions from attendees, then at the bottom of your screen, you will see a Q&A icon. If you click in that and you type in your questions there, then our Q&A coordinator will pose your questions to Kudzai. In the meantime, though, I do have one question. When you did the data analysis, did you consider using Kentaro Toyama's technology as an amplifier theory within your analysis of the data? Because as you were talking, and I've read your paper, I could see there's a lot of synergy with his research work and your findings. And I just wondered if you had considered using his theory in your analysis.
So no, I didn't. I actually hadn't read up on that theory. When I did this research, it was kind of like just trying to find the relevant literature and just looking at, not necessarily looking at an already existing theory, but kind of seeing, okay, I think this was the first time I was doing this research. So I think there were theories that arose that I may not have noticed or known about, but no, I haven't.
Okay. You might want to look into it. It's fascinating. It looks at how differential access, motivation, and capacity impact the use of technology. It's meant for development more generally, but it is very applicable to the use of technology for teaching and learning. It's really fascinating.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to James, our Q&A coordinator, for any other questions.
Morning, Kudzai. Thank you for a very nice talk. What support does the DOE provide for teachers?
So from my understanding, with some of the teachers I did speak to, there is training that is provided for teachers, but it is optional for them to go whether they want to. So they can have workshops where they get to collaborate with other teachers around the Western Cape and speak about these changes. I think the only issue that comes in from what we've seen is the infrastructure and facilities being provided, that the Western Cape Education Department may not be doing enough, or there may not be enough facilities being put in the school. So it's fair and fine to learn about it and be trained about it, but when do you get to practice it?
And so, sort of a follow-up on that, is this training more focused on computer literacy or on the use of technology in teaching?
From my understanding, it was more on learning about the fourth industrial revolution, right? So that they have that understanding. And then figuring out a way on how to integrate technology into teaching, or integrate the learning of technology in teaching for learners. I think one of the participants I spoke to raised an important point of, it's good to prepare students who want to go to university or who after matric to be computer literate or to understand these technologies, because that is the world we're living in now.
Okay. And then, I mean, obviously your focus for this was more of primarily on schools, only on schools. But do you think there are any lessons to be learned here that we can apply to teaching at computer science at university level, or just at teaching at university level in general?
Yes.
Specifically the use of technology.
Yes. I think it can help understand, well, one, it brings a perspective of understanding where different learners come from. So like I previously mentioned, you can have a situation where some students are coming into university for the first time and they have never really had their own personal computer, or have had to use just the basics. So before you even start learning about coding, you've got someone who maybe hasn't had to use Word as often. So that's already a starting point. So imagine a 19-year-old coming into university and the first thing they see is, okay, start coding. But having to navigate the computer and understanding that may be difficult. So I think it's an opportunity for university lecturers and teachers, or university lecturers and the Western Cape Education Department, to collaborate and find a way on how to bridge that gap in helping students transition better into university, or better into the career paths if they choose computer science or software development or anything better.
And your study was obviously done before the whole COVID-19 thing happened now.
Yes.
Do you plan to do some kind of a follow-up now that COVID-19 has kind of forced everybody more into the online sphere?
I think it would be very interesting to see how some teachers' opinions have changed, because I know there were some people who were very adamant on not using the internet in schools or not using phones. And now it's kind of like we've been forced to go online. I think if I were to do a follow-up, I would love to see the impact on students who don't have access to the internet, how they're learning, how this is going to impact current students now, how some people, to compare the two, or compare the different schools on how they've managed to navigate around to see whether has it forced some schools to go digital. So, for example, making the use of Google Classrooms or the use of Microsoft Teams. What tools are they using? How has it impacted the teaching practice? Because teaching someone, standing in front of a classroom and teaching someone is very different to being online and having to communicate content to learners.
Yeah, just a couple more thank yous coming in here from some of the people out there. The things you talk about are obviously very relevant to us. I mean, for me, I've got kids at school who have been using technology throughout this time, and obviously teaching a first-year course, and especially what you were talking about just now with having students coming into the first year that are completely computer illiterate is something that one experiences quite a lot. In terms of, I mean, your study was more on the use of technology within the schools, etc. In terms of within, say, the private schools or the government schools or the no-fee schools, did you find that schools that used the technology did better than their peers who didn't, or did you not look at that kind of thing at all?
No, so in this particular case, I mainly focused on the teachers because I feel that's the starting point. I didn't necessarily, I think it was going to be a bit with the time frame that I had, I wouldn't have had enough time to see how it impacts the learners. So mainly focused on how the teachers were feeling.
Fair dinkum, it's not within the scope of your research. Well, that seems to be all the questions we have. Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody else has. Oh, there comes here. Someone's just popped up. Just give me a second here. It seems to be more a comment than a question. Just as lecturers need to be aware that some students arrive at university and they have done everything online at school. And that will be quite interesting, seeing next year when we get our new batch of first years, how this COVID-19 experience has changed them.
Exactly. I think it will be, because we still, something to note is that we even still have university students who still struggle with access to these technologies, so such as a laptop. And I know the government has put in mechanisms to help aid these students, but you can see that this is not only at a university level, it's starting from a high school, primary school level. So I think going forward, it would be interesting to see how we can bridge the gap to try get everyone to a certain level, a standard level where they can have that basic access to certain technologies or basic access to the internet, so that going forward, we don't struggle. We have a group of students who just don't know how to use a computer or what exactly will be going on. Yeah.
Ingrid, I think that's all from our side. There's just a couple more thank yous and things like that coming in, but there doesn't seem to be any more questions. My final comment on this would be, again, looking at my first year students and then my kids who are busy at school at the moment. My one child seems to absolutely thrive in this environment, loves it to bits, says if possible, he'd prefer to not go back to school and just do it like this. He'll miss his sport, but other than that, he's quite keen to do the actual learning like this. And the other one pretty much hates it. He wants to get back to school as quickly as possible. So it'll be interesting if you do a study like this with the pupils to see how that experience differs for them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you from my side, and back to Ingrid.
Thank you so much. Thanks, James. Thank you, Kudzai. It's been a really fascinating presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our second presentation this morning is a paper by Marley Zeeman and Romeo Buertes. Romeo will be presenting the paper to us this morning. It's titled Influence of External Factors on the Attitude of Students Towards Arduino MDBs. So over to you, Romeo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Just everything going on. Okay, we've got video. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I just want to share my screen quickly. Where's that screen now? Okay. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, let's see here.
There we go. Now we do.
Awesome. Let's make this full screen. Okay. Well, it's 9:45. I guess I should start. Good morning, everybody. This is first time presenting online for me. And I must say, even with presenting with students, it's a challenging factor because I usually work on the feedback of people's faces when I'm presenting than not doing so. And yeah. Anyway, so our article is Influence of External Factors on the Attitudes of Students Towards Micro Development Boards. This is a more in-depth study of a previous one where we looked at the internal factors on the attitudes of students towards micro development boards. So what we're going to look today is we're going to look just a little bit of introduction I've already done, a little bit of context to give you an idea of what is happening, why did this happen, why did we do this, related work, a little bit of literature that's important, our research design, results and discussions, and then finally conclusion. So to provide a little bit of context, in 2019, we had a computer science IT module, expert systems, that was busy phasing out. This is a third-year module, which were, due to curriculum changes, we were no longer going to have this module, and it will be merged with AI systems within our course. So we had about 116 students in this course, which will also be the last time this course will be running. And we had 10 weeks, and we made groups of about 3 students per group due to the limited components we had on this project. We had built this little Jelly Bean bot. Now, the Jelly Bean bot contains a shield on top, a little chassis, robot chassis, 3 line sensors at the bottom, and an ultrasonic sensor. And beneath the Jelly Bean bot was the Arduino Uno. So before we got to the robot, we actually had just Arduino Uno with a little shield for them to train and test and everything on. However, the idea of this course was introduction to robotics, because we wanted to give them a little bit of initiative and see what else they can do concerning programming. In actual just programming software, you can actually program hardware to do things, etc. So as I've already discussed, the Arduino is a microprocessor-based electronic prototyping board. The image here shows it very clearly. You've got a microprocessor, you've got a few pin outs, you've got a USB interface towards it, and also external power. It's a very nice prototyping board that one can use. It is relatively cheap. In the past, it was very expensive, about 250 to 260 Rand. Latest figures, it's come down to about 150 Rand, depending on where you buy this board, which makes it very affordable for people to use, for students actually to use, because from this, you've already got your user interface. The software that you use to program it is free. And to give a little bit of motivation is we are moving into, or we have moved actually into the 4th industrial revolution. Although we have had quite a few revolutions over the past couple of decades. One thing very important to note is that in the study of Benesova and Tupa, they urge higher education institutes to take note of IT jobs emerging in information specialists, especially PLC programming, robot programmers, cybersecurity specialists, and data analysts. And we went on to this robotic or robot programmers as one of our motivations for this course, to introduce a little bit of robotics for these students, as they had no hardware programming before this time. So yeah, then what we did to evaluate the attitude of the students is we used the TAM, Technology Acceptance Models. It's a work of Fishman and Abson in the field of acceptance of technology. The TAM is widely used to validate and measuring instrument in evaluating the attitudes towards the technology being used. So as I've mentioned, the previous article towards this one was focused towards the perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitudes towards using, and the actual systems use. And these are the internal factors that was evaluated. What we did is we actually moved to the external factors. And now what are these external factors that we evaluated? They were subjective norms, focused immersion, and experience enjoyment. Subjective norms, we define it as the person's perception that most people who are important to him think he should or should not perform the behavior. Focus immersions is the state of flow which refers to people becoming completely absorbed in what they are doing. And this was actually a very interesting thing that we find visually when we presented the course. I will speak a little bit about that just after this. And then experience enjoyment refers to the emotion when having a good time doing something. So what was very interesting that happened, especially with focused immersion, is that for the first time that I ever presented a course, I literally had to chase students out of class because I wanted to go home. We had this class running on a Wednesday from 3 o'clock until 6 o'clock. And then about 5:30, I will say you have to pack up, please bring your robots back and everything. And then we will get to about 6 o'clock when class ended, and I really have to ask the students, so please, can we go home? Because they literally were so immersed in this course, in this, what they were doing the day, that they will not leave the class. They literally want to continue. What we did was every week we would give them a little bit of an assignment that will build up into one big assignment or one big project for the robot. And every time they just want to test a little bit more, because this was the only time they had access to the equipment. And really, it was something fascinating. I very enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it to tell the students, listen here, please leave. I also want to go home at 6 o'clock in the evening. And yeah, so that was one very positive that we had regarding the students. Okay, so concerning our research design, the sampling method was obviously our computer science students which were registered at public higher education. And measuring instrument of the data collection were that we used a Google questionnaire, and we had two sections. The first was the demographics, just get some background information regarding the students. And the second was adapted TAM, which included these external factors that we wanted to evaluate. And then we used SPSS, statistical patches for social science students or social science statistics, I can't remember, to do the data analysis. And the focus of this paper is measuring the external factors that influence students' attitude towards the use of all junior micro-development boards as a teaching tool in class. And this brings us to our results. So what we did is we set suggestive norms, focus immersion and experience enjoyment towards perceived ease of use, towards perceived usefulness, and towards perceived attitude. So if we look at the first one, suggestive norms, focus immersion, and experience enjoyment towards perceived ease of use, we can see that the adjusted R's accounts for 43%. So this is very interesting that what this actually shows is that there are more other external factors which contribute to the perceived ease of use that we could explore actually. So it's below 50% of 60% of the going rate of what is the norm of what you would want us to be. However, this only highlights to us that there is actually further research to investigate what these other external factors might be towards the perceived ease of use. When we look at suggestive norms, focus immersion, and experience enjoyment towards perceived usefulness, the results show that suggestive norms, FI and EE, collectively explain 65% variance of perceived usefulness of using a micro in class, with SN as a significant factor. This means that after three factors, all three of these factors actually play a major role for the perceived usefulness, of which suggestive norms is actually the most. This implies that the people around these students will have a greater influence on their perceived usefulness than in class. And then we can move along to the attitudes. So once again, SN, FI, and EE collectively explain 66% of the variance of the attitudes towards Arduino market development boards in class, with EE in this instance as the most significant factor. So this implies that EE with using have a greater influence on the attitude. So the experience they have in class contributes towards the most on how the attitude is towards the use of the market development boards. So the experience we try to give them during class, which is a learning experience obviously, and making it fun by giving them challenges to complete, has got a very influence on how they experience the attitude towards this development. So from that, from the table 6, 7, and 8, what we did is we created like a network chart just to summarize everything. So as we can see, subjective norms, focus, immersion, experience, enjoyment, all links and their specific probabilities. But one thing that's very important, as depicted in the model, each use has a less significant influence on the attitude of students towards acceptance of in class. Lecturers, however, can influence students' perception of the ease of use of market development boards by using various teaching techniques. As such, a lecturer should focus on presenting Arduino market development boards in class in a way that makes it easy for students to use. That is very important. And then in conclusion, we can confirm that subjective norms significantly influence students' perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use towards using market development boards, and that students' attitude towards using the technology in class is influenced significantly by their experience enjoyment. So attitude, how we are going to present it to them and give it the experience, is going to influence the experience enjoyment, and obviously people around them, the students, peers, are going to influence their perceived ease of use and their perceived usefulness of market development boards, Arduino market development boards. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Romeo, for a very interesting paper and presentation. I've got one question before I hand over to James, who will field the questions from attendees. This has obviously really been beneficial and a fascinating course to the students, but I'm guessing obviously COVID-19 is going to have a massive impact on being able to do something like this again, because how would the students be able to gain access to the technology and working in groups, etc. It might not be something that you're able to do again for a while.
Yes, Ingrid. As I said, this was a phasing out of a module, and this was actually a pilot study to incorporate it into possible future modules. And this was all before COVID-19 happened. So I think this will definitely be influenced going forward regarding COVID-19 and other modules and the way we're possibly teaching. If I can say, one of the limiting factors obviously is equipment. Not all students can purchase the equipment. The little Jelly Bean bot, although it's relatively cheap, it's still expensive. It amounts to about 1,200 Rand for a complete robot, including wheel sensors, boards and everything. So that's not something that you can actually just, every student would be able to buy. We were lucky because we got funding to purchase about 50 robots, and we've actually got more funding now to purchase another 50 robots as well, which is very nice, but now we're only sitting with them at this point in time. So yes, going forward, this will become a very challenging thing. I do think, though, that without a robot, just a market development board Arduino is relatively cheap enough that one could possibly either include it in course fees or maybe have students purchase it. We are also looking at maybe developing a little not a prototyping shield, more like a interface shield for it, which should be relatively cheap, that could be used with that as well. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Over to you, James.
Thanks, Ingrid. Thanks, Romeo. It was a very nice talk there. I've got a couple of questions coming in here, and then I've got a couple of my own as well. The first question says, experience enjoyment sounds more like an internal factor than an external one. Can you explain this? What exactly is this experience enjoyment?
Okay, so experience enjoyment is, I can zoom in a little bit. Here's mine. So if you look at it, refers to the emotion of having a good time doing something. So according to the TAM module, it is the only internal factors that were identified with the internal model is perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude towards using, and an actual use of system. These are from the original TAM. I know there have been adapted modules of TAM. I don't know if they could include experience emotion, but for us in our study, experience emotion was an external factor in this regard. So I do hope that answers the question.
Okay, then just sort of a follow-up from that. Is it something that can change? In other words, if the person, if the person's enjoying it today, is it possible that tomorrow they're just not going to enjoy it because they're not in the right mood or something like that? So is it subjective in that sense?
Yes, it can definitely change.
Okay, then the next question here is, did you investigate any theories such as technology acceptance model or anything like that?
We did investigate. My colleague, Marley, is actually the expert on the technology acceptance model. So unfortunately, I can't go into depth on that one exactly.
Okay, not a problem. Let me just quickly see what the next one is here. Okay, and any other theories that you looked at, or was it just these two really?
It was just TAM, and then obviously most of our literature was from the fourth industrial revolution as a motivating factor.
Okay, and then let's just see, there's another one here. There's a recommendation here that says that I would recommend that you use Venkatesh's unified theory, UT as well. Then a question from my side. You guys specifically applied this to the little robots. Did you do other projects as well, or was it just the robots?
Yeah, so it was just the robots that we applied this to.
Okay.
Well, not a robot. It was actually before the robots. It was more towards the beginning of the course, the Arduino alone that we applied this to. And then later on, as they got more experience with the Arduino, then we obviously added the robot components for them to investigate with. Yes.
Okay.
But no, in short, no, we didn't use it with any other.
And what was the sort of the core outcomes you wanted from this? Were you just trying to get people enthusiastic about the technology, or were there certain core skills you wanted them to acquire?
There are a few core skills that we wanted them to acquire. Some of them is like problem solving. One thing that we wanted, especially them to understand, is that when you do software, because obviously these are computer science, they're doing 3 years of just software programming, that if you add something external that you can't really debug with an easy interface, and you have to use your senses like visual code, it is you are telling the robot to move forward and it's not moving forward. Why is it not moving forward? So we wanted them to little bit get more in-depth on external variables that could influence their code. One good example I can put here is that a typical one that you would use with robotics when you start teaching robotics is line following, right? And students later on found out that some of the sensors are too sensitive to the matte black and the matte white, that some sensors doesn't pick up and other sensors do pick up the difference between black and white. So one can follow the line perfectly on one field, and on a different field it can't follow the line perfectly. And these are external factors that are not external variables that they have to accommodate for. If we go back, where's my mouse now? If we go back to the robot as well, like for example, the ultrasonic sensor, we added a wall on the field. So now they have to follow the line and avoid a wall, but they have to choose which one they have to do, because if they follow the line, they're going to crash into the wall, but if they do not follow the line, they get penalized. So for that section, they have to move off the line, avoid the wall, and move back onto the line again afterwards. So, and then, yeah, it's just out of the box thinking on how to solve problems was the other types of things we wanted to teach them as well.
Okay. And is this something that you can see being formalized into a syllabus so that you can sort of count for marks, so to speak, count for credit?
Yes, we would really like to incorporate this into the syllabus. The problem is finding a subject where we could incorporate it. This is, I believe that if I look on feedback I received from students now, long after this course, more towards the end of last year, is a few of the students from the industry actually contacted me and said, thank you for the course, because it actually helped them to gain a job, because they had a little bit more knowledge regarding the actual hardware than just software, which could give them the leading edge into the industry for the job they applied.
Okay, that seems to be all the questions we have. There are a couple of comments going around here, but that seems to be all we've got from this side, Ingrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Romeo. This then marks the end of our first academic session. We're a little bit early, but that's never a problem. So we're having a break now until 10:45 when our second session begins. I would encourage everybody to join sort of 2 to 3 minutes before that, so that we're all ready to listen to the next session. So we've got a half an hour break now, and we'll see you all shortly. Enjoy a cup of tea and coffee.
Morning all. So a few minutes to go before we start. I hope the speakers are all ready. I see we have our speaker for the first presentation. Marie, welcome to the session. And if you have done Zoom before by this stage, you know how to set up your slides, but I'm not in charge of the session. I just do the chairing. So I'll do the introductions and then let you go once we get to the start time.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Philip.
Morning. All right, so it looks like you've been given control of the screen, so you can set up your talk ready to go when we start in just over 5 minutes. And we have 2 talks in this session. I presume we won't have a problem with people keeping to time.
Okay.
Yeah, so we start officially at 10:45. So, you know, if you get your opening slide up, that's fine, but we won't start till the official advertised time.
Okay. Can you see my opening slide, Philip?
Your opening slide is fine. I've got your full screen view up. So I'll just, you know, when we hit 10:45, I'll just quickly introduce you as from Department of Informatics, University of Pretoria, if I have that right, and you'll be presenting as I have it on the schedule.
Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Right, so we'll just chill for a few minutes. Which is suitable since it's winter. Right, well, good morning all. I'd like to welcome you to the next session. We have two talks in this session. The first one to be presented by Murray Hutton on opening Pandora's box, an active learning approach to teaching project management. So over to you. You can start presenting now. And please unmute your mic.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to tell you about some of the stuff we do in our information systems and design module on second year level at the University of Pretoria. So, okay, my screen doesn't want to move on. Okay, so a major challenge for the information system design discipline is to teach undergraduate students theoretical knowledge which they need to be able to use in a practical environment when they graduate. Obviously, this is supporting the call and the need for industry-ready graduates and all. So in the second year module of Information Systems and Design, we try to prepare the students for the capstone project in their final year, where they actually have a real life client for which they develop and design and develop a turnkey system to support their business. So in preparation for that, we try to have different strategies to prepare the students for that. So the aim of this paper is to report on a tutorial activity that we conducted earlier this year in our information systems and design class, where we used simulation-based teaching to teach the students the context of project management by using an active learning decision-making activity. So I'm just briefly going to talk about project management and the need for that in the information systems and design context. I'm going to briefly talk about the teaching strategy of active learning and summarize the principles of active learning, which we used as a theoretical foundation for this paper. Then I'll give a brief overview of the case context in which this activity was conducted, and then I will share with you the findings, discussions, and our conclusions. So as we all know, project management is the application of skills and knowledge and tools and techniques to manage projects. So in the IT world, project management is a very popular topic because of, unfortunately, the high failure rate of the implementation of IT projects. So we always teach students the theoretical concepts related to project management, where they have to manage the project's scope and budget and resources in order to meet a goal of which is the project. But students don't really get to do that practically when we teach them theoretically. Even though they do have projects that they have to manage, we have come to understand, or I've observed, that they pay a bit of lip service to the project management aspect, and it's almost incidental to everything else that they do. And they know they need to have a project plan and they need to keep it up to date in order to get the marks. But I don't think they really realize the benefits that they can draw from project management. Not only the software project that they are busy developing, but also project managing their life. So within that context, this simulation activity was developed. So if we look at active learning is where the student then actively need to take part in the learning process. And when we want to teach a very practical concept like project management, active learning is a very appropriate approach to take. So there's a lot of active learning techniques that can be used and has been used successfully and being reported on in literature, like the pause procedure, retrieval practice, demonstrations, think, pair, share. Now, the underlying component of all of these techniques is that the student is learning actively and not just receiving a lot of knowledge, and that learning does not take place in isolation. Rather, the learning is within a group with peers from teachers, depending on the type of technique that you use in order to do that. So what we used in this paper was a decision-making technique with case-based learning, where it was for a specific scenario where we simulated an environment and they had to make some decisions as to how they will execute the task. So if we look at the principles of active learning, the first one is where the student actively needs to almost define or develop the meaning of learning for themselves in the context of the content that they need to learn. So learning involves the active construction of meaning for the learning. And you have to take note that what the previous knowledge the student has will definitely influence the way and the extent to which they learn. And also, this point B of principle 1 can also refer to, prior assumptions that they might have and things that they are not aware about, but that they have assumed. And we've seen from this activity that students did realize that there were few things that they assumed from their team members which, were incorrect. So the second principle is learning facts and learning to do something are two different processes. Principle 3, some things are learned specific to the domain or context in which it's learned. And that's why we wanted to make the activity, the simulation activity, very real for them, because that is exactly what they will encounter next year when they are completing the capstone project. So I'll explain more how we set up that activity just now. And then individuals are more likely to learn from one another than when learning alone. And this is where different styles comes in. And obviously theoretical components, people tend to either learn like to learn alone or in isolation, or like to learn as part of a group, or auditory or visually. But when we are thinking about a subject like project management, where it is very hands-on and it is usually in a group, I think it's very important for Principle 4, in the context of this activity, that they should be working together as a group and learn from one another, because that they are their own resources at the end, and that will impact the extent to which they can execute the project successfully. And then finally, the last principle, meaningful learning is facilitated by articulating explanations by oneself and peers and teachers. And that's where the decision-making approach that we used in this activity actually came through, because they firstly had to do it by themselves and then they had to discuss it with their peers. So the context of this case is second-year information systems design students, which are preparing them now for the capstone project with real-life clients. So project management is one of the aspects that they are being evaluated on in their final year, and we also evaluate them in their second year. But like I mentioned earlier, I feel that they pay lip service to that portion, because the project plan is usually updated just before submission, and they don't actually see the value of managing a project. So I have tried different strategies of making this real for the students. So in 2018 and 2019, what I started to do was I actually asked them, as part of their practical session on project management, we used in the past Microsoft project plan, and this year we are using Asana, which is an online project management tool. So where they had to set up their own plan for the semester and then put the deliverables for our project in the second year within that plan, just to make them, hopefully make them think about, oh, I've got so many due dates or deliverables due on the same date, maybe I should do something about it. But unfortunately, I think it worked for some students that are open to that way of learning, and others are just crisis managing. So at least they got to try out the software tool, which is also important for them when they encounter it in their third year and when they graduate as well. So this year I expanded on that plan, that initiative, and we used a box of concerns or a box of complaints, or like the title indicated, Pandora's box, because they didn't know what was coming. So what we did was I asked my assistant lecturers, which are fourth-year students, to speak to other fourth-year students, and they have just completed their capstone project. So I asked them, so what are the things that you struggled with most when you planned for your capstone project? They wrote all of these concerns or constraints or issues, what we want to call them, on down on different pieces of paper. Now, the different constraints or issues were academic constraints, so they didn't have enough time to do this, or they had multiple deliverables due on the same date. Students had different elective modules. They have personal commitments, they have medical commitments. All of those concerns were written down. So what we did was we printed these concerns on, we selected 20 of those concerns because we were limited for our tutorial period, which is 1 hour. So we printed these concerns on different colors of paper, so that in a group of 4 to 5 people, or students, which is the number of students that typically work on a project, each of the members in that group will then get a specific color with the same concerns, more or less the same concerns. And then we ask the students then to individually prioritize these concerns according to your context. What is important to you? What is applicable to you? So they had to prioritize it individually. And then we asked them, okay, now you individually have actually basically set up your project plan. You've indicated when your tests are due, you've indicated when you had social commitments, you had to indicate when you had family commitments according to your needs. Now, as a group, come together and prioritize all of those items as a group. And that was then the aim of the tutorial. So here you can see that we had literally a box, and there were 5 sets of concerns, the color-coded, so that each member can see where his and her concerns are in the priority or the collated priority list, after they had some discussions and on how to compromise the joint schedule. And on the second photo, you can see how the students were working together in the groups, prioritizing those concerns. So after the activity, they only had to answer 3 questions. We wanted to know what were the main areas of conflict that they had when they created a joint schedule. And then secondly, how did they as a group come to compromise to set up a joint schedule where all the team members' priorities were then considered? And then what did they learn from this exercise? So we did thematic analysis from the responses of the tutorial. And then we also afterwards sent out a little questionnaire, which we were self-developed based on the principles of active learning, and we analyzed that with inferential statistics. Okay, so the main findings were the main challenges in creating a joint schedule. So the students, because there are 4 or 5 students in a group, these students have different elective modules in addition to their informatics modules. So that implies then that they will have different due dates for different assessments. So they had a problem balancing different academic commitments, because the one had a semester test due, the other one maybe had an assignment due, and how do you then choose which one is more important. Secondly, balancing social and academic commitments, because you can't leave your BFF behind, was a verbatim quote from one. Then students value family time differently. For some students, it's very, very important to attend family commitments, whereas for others, they were committed to their academic life. And then we included a dental appointment, and that elicited a lot of discussion from the students, and it showed that they had different opinions on the importance of healthcare. So the compromises they made in creating a joint schedule, so they indicated that the priority depends on the context and the seriousness of the condition, referring again to the health care thing there. Then some of them, they indicated that they make sacrifices for the future, and that's in line actually with our motto at UP, fly at UP, which is the finish line is yours. So focus on the future and then you graduate sooner. Activities with no dedicated time slots need to be managed personally, and those things are now dates and going to the gym and visiting your family or friends, which you can then, the group work should take precedence over that. Develop a hierarchy of work so that they can all prioritize on what is the most important aspect and work down from there. Then very interestingly, they talked about the difference between sacrifice versus reschedule. So it means that if something doesn't fit into the plan, it doesn't mean that you have to get rid of it. You can just reschedule it. And then another strategy is they all should come together and prioritize similar things that they can do at the same time, so that it leaves them more time then to work as a group. So the lessons learned, the need to plan ahead was evident from them. Time management was one aspect that was mentioned in all of the responses. The consequences of making hard decisions by focusing on the future, you have to maybe sacrifice that date with your girlfriend. Individuals' value systems differ, and therefore they prioritize differently. And that is something that students will need to learn, because that is what they will encounter in the real world as well. Different people with different priorities and different backgrounds. Then something that was really funny to me as well, and I've used this now as a metaphor, how much time the students spend in the gym, because a number of tutorials indicated gym time as one of the contentious topics. But that actually refers to those things that you can schedule in your own time. And then the importance of communication, which is one of my rules of engagement for the students, that you have to keep communicating, otherwise, you'll fail. Overall, the students indicated that they all agreed that all 5 of the active learning principles were met. And we had a very, very strong correlation between Principle 4 and Principle 5, which both refer to how you learn, where Principle 4 refers to you learning as preferring not to learn alone, and the 5th principle referring that you are learning from your peers, your teachers, and by reflecting on what you've learned. So I think this illustrates that the activity was very appropriate for the context of project management, where they need to learn from one another in order to make compromises, in order to set up a schedule that can work for everyone. So for us, as the lecturing team, we found it very enjoyable. The students enjoyed it when we observed that. It's very good for group dynamics, because working in a group is very challenging, and students find that out usually too late. So now at least they start to understand the context of each of the group members. And students realize that how many other commitments other students might have, which they've never considered before. We'll definitely be doing this again next year. I will encourage all the group members to attend in their project groups, because I think this activity actually allowed them to get to know one another a bit better, which will assist in the group dynamics. And we won't assign dates to non-academic commitments because students just focus on, well, I've got a dental appointment for that day, but how serious is my dental appointment? Do I have to, or can I postpone it? So that just distracted them a little bit from the main aim of this activity. So in conclusion, we used a decision-making activity and a case study simulation to teach students about constraints in project management. It showed students how the group dynamics can impact on creating a project plan that can work, and how they need to account for the different ways that and the different value systems for each of their team members. It identified strategies for them to come up and compromise. And for us as lecturers, it was really valuable to see how the students interacted with one another and in the context of this activity. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. So if anyone has questions, you type into the Q&A feature, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. And I guess the standard question we have throughout is, does any of this help us to understand what is going on with organizing our life through the COVID-19 thing? And maybe you want to just chat about that briefly as the questions come in. I see one has already appeared.
Well, what was really interesting was we consulted, well, in the pandemic, we went online. So we did a lot of Google Meets and with the students and email communication. And the communication that I received from my students were like acknowledging the aspects that they learned from one another. But they have the following issues. So I think that was this activity helped them in that sense, in that, you know, they know they're not alone and they know there's other people that might struggle more. However, planning, I'm not quite sure. I think our students found it really difficult in time, still with time management. And I'm not quite sure if I don't think it's just because of this module. I was very conscious of the fact that I try to help them in their time management, but I think overall they felt very overwhelmed with all the commitments from all the other modules in addition to our module, and then they just crisis manage. I don't think they will then sit down and plan and schedule and compromise. But what we did do was we didn't let go of this project that they had to do for their second year, the deliverable. So they continued virtually as a team working on that, which I think is a good indication, and that we still insisted that they do the project management part and update us in Asana if there's any issues with working together as a team.
Okay, thanks. So I'll hand over now to George Wells, who's coordinating the Q&A, and we've got just over 5 minutes more for questions.
Great. Thanks, Mary. That's a very interesting presentation. We've got 2 questions so far that have come in on the Q&A. Firstly, a more technical one perhaps, how did the students actually use Asana?
We have a tutorial in Asana, so to show them how to set up a project plan in Asana, and then they use it. So we guide them in the use of Asana. So according to the rubric, for the project, there is a number of deliverables, but those are very high-level deliverables. So our assistant lecturers, or one of our assistant lecturers, were assigned to help them with Asana. So they had to share their Asana project plans with all of us. And so we had access to that. And then we will help them to make sure that they break down the deliverables into actually manageable items so that they can actually manage that. Because completing use case narratives you know, is one activity line, but there's no way that one person are going to complete all 60 narratives that need to be written. So what they are doing is they have to divide it up into subsystems and then assign it to each of the members of the groups, each of the members in the group. So we guide them through the process of using Asana. Asana is also very great because the online support available, there's great videos and tutorials available for the students as well to assist them with that.
The second question, a fairly straightforward one. You mentioned you've got 5 students per project group. The question is, how big was the class? Or I guess, how many groups did you have?
So we had, there was about 45 groups. Yeah, there was about 45 groups. Oh, there's 45 tutorials. Altogether, we are a class of 260. The 260 is divided into about 2 groups. We repeat one lesson twice a week. So in total, we had about 80 tutorials that were completed. No, that's not. No, sorry, my maths is very terrible. I'm confusing different things here. We used 45 tutorials in the analysis of this for this paper.
Okay, that's quite a big group. Another question just come in. Would grouping the students based on the other modules that they're taking be a possible consideration in future to resolve some of the conflicts? So I guess if all the students in a group had similar other lecture commitments.
So what I try to do in the second year is actually give the students the option. So they set up their own groups. And then after each deliverable, I give them the opportunity to move between groups because they need to suss out who are the people that they want to work with and who are not the people that they want to work with. So by the end of the second year, that they actually get to, okay, these 4 people I can work with, so that when they go into the capstone project, they know one another, so that they, you know, the majority of the group issues has been sorted out. Because a lot of students actually, because of the stress associated with the capstone project in your final year and all the other commitments, group issues can have a really big impact on the success of that project. So I'm trying to give them these different strategies and opportunities to solve most of those problems in their second year, so that when they go to the third year, most of those issues have been addressed.
Right. The follow-up comment on that last question from the person who asked the question, that they think that would be a little bit more like the sort of real world scenario where you've got a team who are working together in an office. And so their kind of other work commitments are likely to be pretty similar, and that one might be producing a model that's close to that sort of real life scenario.
Yeah, so in their third year, actually, they are then interacting with a real life client, and with the different electives that the students have, so they have different classes and different other academic commitments. So I think that is quite close to what they might experience in real life. Because sometimes the clients are not based in Pretoria, so they have to either travel to Johannesburg or Limpopo or somewhere, or sometimes the client is far away and then they have to do it virtually.
Okay, those are all the questions that we've had online, and that's almost exactly our time up. So thank you, Mari.
Thank you so much. I must just say it's really difficult to present to someone that I can't see.
Yeah. Okay, we have a couple minutes before the next speaker. We'll wait to start at official start time, just in case anyone wants to join at start time and isn't sitting through the whole session. Right. Well, good morning, all. Let us start the next talk. Anshul Garg, I hope I pronounced that correctly, will be talking about determining intention using online learning videos. And I'd be interested to understand how we got to Uzbekistan from somebody who is at a university in India, working with somebody in the Department of Information Systems in Cape Town. So over to you. Please start. You may have an issue with your audio. We're not hearing anything from you.
Is it audible now?
That's better. Right. Please go ahead. I'll turn off my mic so as not to interrupt further.
Okay, fine. So I conducted this study during my deputation in Uzbekistan, a 6 months deputation to Tashkent. So the research title is The Factors Determining the Intention on Online Learning Videos, a study from Uzbekistan. Yes, so I would be covering the introduction, objectives, then the research question, the methodology that we have followed, the analysis, discussion, conclusion, followed by references, and then some time for the questions and the feedback. So just a moment. Yes. So there is a growing interest on the use of ICTs in the education sector due to the many advantages that it offers. And we have been looking at e-learning, M-learning, MOOCs, books. So all this has been increasing rapidly over the last few years. The platforms such as Khan Academy, Coursera, edX, and Udacity have produced and made thousands of educational videos online. And owing to this, what has happened that the number of people who have registered and visited these subscribers have also increased. So as you can see, the Khan's Academy YouTube and the YouTube channel that started in 2006 has now 7,517 videos and over 5.3 million subscribers and over 1.7 billion views. And I'm sure that it would have increased over past few months owing to the coronavirus. Then, although it is known that online learning videos are popular among the students, a little is known about the drivers or factors which drive their intention to use those videos. So this is the gap. Specifically, it was useful to conduct this study when we come to the economically developing country like Uzbekistan. So it is not known how prevalent the adoption of online learning videos is among the students in the under-researched economically developing country like Uzbekistan, and what aspects contribute towards the adoption. It would also be interesting to explore what factors drive the Uzbek students toward the adoption of online learning videos. Moreover, it might be useful to explore the issues in using online learning videos in Uzbekistan, and those might be different from those of other developed and developing countries. There are many challenges in Uzbekistan, and because they're like the poor internet connectivity, the language barriers. So we thought that there would be, we wanted to explore that what are the issues that the students in Uzbekistan are actually facing. Furthermore, the studies on MOOCs reveal that there is a low student engagement and lower completion rates with high dropouts. Also, online learning videos are popular among the students. That it does not mean that it is successful, because each country and every level of the student may have their own issues. Hence, it was essential to know the intentions of using those online learning videos. It is vital to determine the factors that encourage the students to watch online learning videos, so that factors can be taken into consideration while creating the online courses. Such a study could help us identify the issues and so take necessary action, because When it comes to a country like Uzbekistan, where there is a internet connectivity issue, there is language barriers, we wanted to explore this issue so that it can be helpful while designing the courses for the Uzbekistan students. So the objective was, the purpose of this study is to identify the factors that influence the students' behavioral intentions to adopt online learning videos in an under-researched economically developing country, namely Uzbekistan. So the research objectives were, the research questions were, what are the factors that affect the use of online learning videos by students in an economically developing country? Then what are the reasons for using those online learning videos? What are the popular platforms among the students in Uzbekistan? And what is the average length of the videos that students watch them? And what are the issues specifically in Uzbekistan when it comes to watching the online videos? So we use the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology model proposed by Venkatesh. So this is the general model that has been proposed by Venkatesh. And the reason for choosing this model was that we were interested in exploring the attributes such as gender, the educational background, computer experience, and the student volunteerness, which is included in this model. And also when it comes to predicting user behavior, the UTAUT model is better than the TAM model. Then we have used the questionnaire method to collect the data. The first part of the questionnaire consisted of the demographics, frequency of using those online videos, then about the length of the videos, and what was the commonly used platform. The second part of the questionnaire was more focused on the parameters of the UTAUT model, that is the performance efficiency, performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating conditions, perceived usefulness, satisfaction, and behavioral intentions. And we used a 5-point Likert scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. The questionnaires were created in the Google form, and the link was distributed to 500 students through email, LinkedIn, and Telegram. And for those survey, only students who were well versed in English were included, because many of the students are not aware of the English speaking. So, but the form was in English, so only those students were given the form to fill up. Then a total of 254 responses out of 500 were obtained, and 200 were taken for further analysis. Only those responses were included which had answered yes to the use of online learning videos, because the ones who answered no did not complete the survey. And so we had to exclude those 54 responses. The responses were then analyzed to find the effect of independent variable on dependent variable using factor analysis, multiple regression, and ANOVA using the Statistica software. The descriptive analysis was also performed on some of the questions. Then coming to the results, as we can see, out of 254, only 200 respondents were using the online learning videos, and they were taken for the further study, and 54 said that they did not use the online learning videos at all. So there are some people who are still not leveraging on the online learning videos for their learning. Of the total respondents, 173 were males and 78 were females, and 3 of them did not respond to this question. So most of the percentage of the students that study in Uzbekistan are males. Then when we come, because it was more targeted to the students and the undergrad students, so the age group was between 17 to 23, and the students were mainly pursuing their foundation and bachelor's program. And if we see to the type of degree that they belong to, it was either they were pursuing their degree in IT, economics, travel and tourism, management. Also, most of the fraction of students were from IT. Now, what is your experience in using computers? So as you can see from the bar graph, that most of them have an experience from 1 to 10 years. So that means it is we can say that it is a decade ago that people have actually started using computers there. And when we say, have you used online learning videos, 70% respondents said that they used online learning videos, 20% did not watch it, and 10% were not sure about it. Then coming to the frequency, how frequently they watched the online learning videos. So mostly the people watched online them daily or weekly. So most of the percentage of people, the students had, they were frequently using the online learning videos for their studies. Coming to the average length of the videos that they watch, it is 5 to 30 minutes. So as you can see that mostly it is between 5 to 10 minutes and 10 to 20 minutes and 20 to 30. So 5 to 30 minutes is the most common frequency of their length that the students spend at a time on the learning videos. Then on which platform was the most common among the students was the YouTube. So as you can see that almost 95% of the students, they used they watched the online learning videos on the YouTube, and then it was Khan Academy. The three, then we also pose the question on which topics do they actually watch the videos on, and it was mainly the core subjects. I'm sorry. It was mainly the core subjects such as mathematics, economics, and the IT subjects, because most of the students from the IT background say, so they watched the videos to learn their IT concepts. And then there were also people who said that they watched the videos because they wanted to enhance their career. Then coming to the drivers and obstacles to the use of online videos. When we compare the online learning videos with other learning resources, the students said that they felt more comfortable watching the online learning videos. They were easy to understand. They could access it anytime, anywhere, and they could watch it repeatedly if they were not able to understand a concept. It was easy to reiterate through the whole lecture, and also that it improve their retention and visualization, and listening was always better than reading. So they liked watching the online learning videos. And what were the issues? So they said that those videos cannot be downloaded. It might affect their health and cause laziness, because they might delay learning also, because they know that something is there. And not all videos are free, and many display advertisements. And apart from them, many of them said, almost all of them said, that internet connectivity, language, and pronunciation was a major issue. And if they had any doubts, they were not able to get answers to those questions. And there were lots of resources that was available on the YouTube and online. So it's a great confusion for them, which one to listen and which one to skip. Then coming to the validation of the UTAUT model, we use the exploratory factor analysis, which was followed by the multiple regression to identify the relation between the independent variable and the dependent variable. So exploratory factor analysis with PCA was conducted on 23 items with the orthogonal rotation. And the KMO measure verified that the sampling adequacy for the analysis was 0.941, and Bartlett's results showed 3137.07, indicated correlation between items were sufficiently large for the principal component analysis to be done. So this table shows vector loadings after Verimax rotation. As you can see that the facilitating condition 4, the online learning videos are compatible with other systems I use, had been omitted because due to the weak cross loadings, it was very weak, so we had to remove it. Then when coming to the effort expectancy, it loaded very well on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That means interaction with online learning videos is clear and understandable. And similarly, when coming to the performance expectancy, we could see that it loaded very well on 3 performance measures. And coming to the social influence, it also went well to the all the parameters that were connected to it, and for perceived usefulness, it went well. So we can see that these were the results after the rotation. And then when we come to the multiple, after that it was followed by multiple regression, and the model explains that when we tried to find the relationship between the independent variables and the dependent variables, we found that 58% of the variance on the behavioral intention 1, 63% on the behavioral intention 2, and 59% on the behavioral intention 3. And this was explained by all the factors, and this is satisfactory results. And it because more than half of the variance had been explained, and then it was followed by ANOVA, which confirms that all the models are statistically significant. As you can see, we got a value of 0.00 for all the 3. Then coming to the discussion and conclusion, the results reveal that majority of the respondent watched online videos, and YouTube was most common among them. And 10 to 20 minutes long was better for the students. And it was also, that means more than 20, they were not feeling very much comfortable, but some students did go beyond 20 to 30 also. Moreover, anytime, where access and possibility of watching the videos any number of times are the common benefits of using those videos. Coming to the issues, we found that internet connection was the big issue, followed by language. And then talking about why they watched the videos was mainly they wanted to enhance their careers and they want to pursue their hobbies. And the results of multiple regression analysis indicate that all the factors and other variables such as age, gender, experience in using computers, and volunteerness of use have dependencies on all behavioral intentions. And the study was focused just on English speaking students, and it could be further taken to other languages. So it would give us a better picture. The paper is the first one of the first to report the use of ICTs in Uzbekistan, an economically developing country which features very rarely in an international academic literature. It lends further support to UTAUT model, explaining between 58% and 64% of intended use of learning videos. Educators wishing to supplement their curricula with online learning materials should heed the issues experienced by students, such as low bandwidth, dominance of English materials, and overwhelming amount of material. Hopefully, some of our findings can be relevant to similar context, that is, other small non-English speaking developing nations. So these were the references. And any questions and feedback, I'm welcome to get it from you.
Thanks very much. I'm sure there will be questions. There's one already in the Q&A channel. And a lot of what you said is, of course, very familiar to all of us because we're in a very multilingual, multicultural country with enormous differences in people's access to technology. So I'll hand you over to the Q&A coordinator, George Wells. Turn on your mic and I'm out of here.
Thank you, Angel. Yeah, so we've got a question on the Q&A channel. Presumably you expect to find the number of students who would not use online videos would decrease now, given the COVID-19 pandemic. Have you kept up with this? Any sense on what the trend is now?
Actually, yes, it would have obviously increased because this study was conducted in the month of December, January. So obviously it was the time pre-COVID, but after post-COVID, obviously the number of students using the online learning videos would have increased, and those who were not watching would have gone to a watching mode. Right. I agree with you.
Okay. Another question has just come in. Was any attempt made to see if student performance improved due to the use of online resources?
I did had a non-formal, informal communication with them that why do you watch? Because I saw them watching the online videos after the classes. So I asked them that why do you watch them? So they said, yes, it does help us improve our performance because there are many of the things that we need to self-study. So the online learning videos are a good platform, and we do not have the books in Uzbekistan. There are no English books. So whatever studies we have to do is from the online resources, and online learning videos are a good places to visit.
Kind of small question from me. You mentioned the acronym SPOOKS in one of your introductory slides. I have to confess I haven't come across that. What is a SPOOK?
It is small privately owned online courses.
Okay, so
yes.
Kind of the opposite of MOOCs.
Yes.
You've touched on a comparison with other countries. Are you looking at expanding your study to see how Uzbekistan corresponds to, you mentioned both other developing countries and developed countries?
Yes, yes, probably this is in our plans. We'll be actually extending this work.
Okay. Another question just come in on the Q&A channel. Are students able to sufficiently choose between videos in terms of quality and accuracy? As we all know, there's some really good videos out there and there's some atrocious ones. You got a sense whether students are able to distinguish?
This was the difficulty that students say that most of the time they start watching the videos and then they end up that they are not able to understand it because it's too complicated. So getting a right video is still a challenge for them because they're not very well versed with English and they do not understand English that fluently. So getting a right video is still a challenge for them.
Right.
Yes.
One comment on the Q&A channel, not a question, but thank you for a very informative presentation. And the respondent Zola says that they will definitely take into consideration the factors that you've highlighted when they're uploading videos for their own students. So people are finding your presentation here very useful. Another question has just come up. Some people are good at self-study and others less so. Watching a video can be a good way to pretend to work. Is there a way to determine if people are actually learning from the videos they're watching? If you have any comments.
I think so, because we are not forcing them to go on for the online learning videos. I feel that the students will only watch the videos if they are learning. And if they are not learning, they would not watch it at all. So it is their own choice.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, that seems to be all the questions that we've got coming in on the Q&A channel. Thank you from my side, Anshul.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thanks from the chair as well. Very interesting. Thank you. I might just add from my own experience the value of having students who study from videos. If they then contradict what I said in the course, we can have very good discussion about whether one of us was wrong or whether it's just a different way of looking at it.
Pardon me?
So, yeah, if a student watches a video and they manage to find one that contradicts what I say in the course, sometimes I found it quite a useful way of stimulating discussion, because it could be there's more than one way of looking at it, or maybe somebody did get it wrong.
That's absolutely correct, but that happened rarely in my classes, or I've never heard that it has happened. But that is a good way. If they find some contradictory videos or some additional information, then I have seen that if they find some additional information, then they do pose questions that you skipped upon this part. And I have seen a video last day, and they have gone beyond this. Would you explain this concept to me again? So, yes.
Good, excellent. Well, thanks, George, and the speakers and the people working behind the scenes. So if we have no further questions coming in, that's it for now. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. There is now just under 4 minutes to go before we start our next session. And I would like to invite you, Helen, to load your slides at this stage, if you would like to do so.
Hello.
We will be ready to go in about 2 minutes. Okay, welcome to this afternoon's session, everyone. And having personally known Dr. Helen Purchase since our undergraduate days in the computer science department at Rhodes, it gives me great pleasure to introduce her as our keynote speaker for this afternoon. Helen is currently based in the School of Computing Science at the University of Glasgow in the UK, where she is involved in all of the normal academic pursuits, including authoring a textbook, which which is the culmination of her 15 years of research in information visualization. She's also been involved in providing online peer review services for students, and this is part of what she will be talking to us about today. So with that, I thank you, Helen, for accepting our invitation to speak. It's great to have you back at Rhodes. And I'll pass it over to you then to do your talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen, and I can't say how pleased I am to see you again. It's lovely. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and talk to you today. Of course, I'd love to be back at Rhodes, and if I close my eyes, I imagine myself standing in front of the GLT or Zoom Major and Lecture Theatre, and then I open my eyes and I'm still back in my study in my home. But I am really glad to be here this afternoon to talk about some technologies I've been involved in, and welcome to you all. Let me just share my screen now, just make sure that I can get this all working properly. And if somebody could just confirm that you can see my screen, please.
Yes, I can see your screen very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Karen says, I'm Helen Purchase. I'm from the School of Computing Science at the University of Glasgow. I did my undergraduate degree at Rhodes University in computing science, and throughout all my computing science studies, both as an undergraduate and as a PhD student, I've always been interested in education and the use of technology to support education. So it's that human personal aspect of the use of technology that I've been most interested in over the years. My honours project was in education, and indeed my PhD project was also in technology enhanced education. What I'm going to talk about today is looking at contributing pedagogies and learning from each other with respect to two particular technologies I've been involved in. The first one is called Europa, and this is collaborative learning amongst students. This is a peer review project with John Hamer. And then the second technology I'll talk about is called Gusto, and this is done with colleagues here at the University of Glasgow, looking at collaborative learning between teachers. So Europa, this is student peer review. In essence, what student peer review means is that students mark each other's work. So students submit their assignments and other students mark them. There's a load of literature about student peer review. And in particular, people have looked at how it develops students' skills. And it's been found that it develops students' critical skills, in particular, in providing evidence and supporting decisions that they have to make. They have to make a judgment about another student's work, and they need to find the evidence and support it. And also, of course, it enhances students' ability to communicate and to reflect on the process of marking. And there was a seminal paper back in 2010 which demonstrated that actually the students' skills are enhanced through the giving of the feedback, not so much through the receiving of the feedback from their peers. So it's the action of writing a review that develops students' knowledge of the subject matter and has the greatest effect on final performance. So Europa is a free online support for peer review activities since January 2009 worldwide. It's entirely designed, developed and maintained by myself and John Hamer. John's the programmer, I do everything else. It has a global reach, so Australia, New Zealand, Slovakia, and a whole load of places in between. But importantly, it also has a very wide subject reach. This is not just for teaching computing science. So I make quite a clear distinction between people who are interested in computer science education, which of course I am interested in because I teach in computing science, but also educational technology, where it's the use of technology to support education in a range of subjects. And Europa, as you can see, supports a wide range of subjects, and we'll look a bit more on that later. So if you look at the timeline in the Europa process, to start off with, the first phase is the instructor sets up the assignment. The second phase, the students submit their work to Europa. And the third phase is that they review their peers' work, and they might be asked to review 1 or 2 or 3 of their peers' submissions. And then finally, after the review deadline in the post-review phase, the students read the reviews of their work that have been submitted by other students. So there's these 4 phases. These are our key performance indicators. I'm not going to go through them all, but I am going to just highlight a few things so you can see the scope and scalability of the system. So since 2009, we've supported 2,500 assignments. This is approximately 4 per week throughout the whole year, the whole 52 weeks of the year. The number of unique students who have used the system to write at least one review. Going back to what I said earlier, which is that it's the writing of the review that develops students' understanding of the subject matter more than the receiving of the feedback. We have over 72,000 students who have used the system to write at least one review. Further down here, you can see there's a couple of numbers here. I've included these in order to show the scalability of the system, and this indicates the size of assignment that we can deal with. And this happened just a couple of months ago. First year chemistry at the University of Auckland. Over 1,100 students submitted an assignment to the system. They were all asked to review 5 of their peers' work of submissions. And so the largest number of reviews we've ever had for an assignment is over 5,000 in one assignment in the system. So it is scalable. I'm going to talk a bit about some data and results we've got that are in these 2 publications here that we published a couple of years ago. One looking at what people do in their peer review activities, and the other looking at what instructors think about using Europa. Here's just a couple of averages and a couple of features that we looked at in our data. Looking at the number of students, the mean number of students in the class was around about 130. The number of assignments per class. So a class is a cohort of students, which usually lasts a semester. And then the number of assignments are the number of peer review assignments they do within that semester. We can see here, if we look at the number of submissions for each student, that the mode is 2. So typically a student is asked to review 2 of their peers' assignments, but it goes up a little bit if we look at our average at 2.3. And most instructors give a week for the reviews to be written. There are a couple of other features about these assignments. Firstly, there's anonymity, so it can be double blind or single blind. The author never knows who the reviewer is, but you can indicate that the reviewer knows who the author is. There's plenty of submission types, videos, presentations, etc. The allocation of students to their reviewers can be done in several ways. The main ones are here, random, within tag, and between tag. And let me just explain what they mean. Random, obviously, is, as it says on the tin, randomly allocated. Within tag means that if students have written on a series of topics, then they only review students' work who have written on exactly the same topic as them, so that they have some knowledge of the topic when they're doing the reviewing. For between tag, we, as much as possible, allocate students to submissions that are on a different subject matter. And I'll show you a case study for that in a minute. And with respect to the rubric, of course, every student needs a rubric within which they do their marking or provide their reviews. And you can have radio buttons, which give quantitative indications. But of course, there are comment boxes where the reviewers can write their comments, a pretty standard rubric there. So a couple of case studies. These are lecturers who've been using the system for some time. Lisa Howe at the University of Glasgow, she offers 3 topics to her students in first and second year classics. We do between tag allocation for her so that students are reviewing a topic that they haven't written on. And what she does is then she marks the students' reviews themselves, and they get summative marks for the quality of their reviews. The Auckland Business School, particularly for commercial law, have 2 or 3 assignments per class, both in year 1 and year 2. What they do is they discuss the reviewing process with their students in advance and give them a time to practice the process of writing a review before they do their reviews on their assignments. At the Cyberjaya University of Medical Sciences, they do something quite different. What they do is they just have one submission from one group, which is their presentation slides. And all the students in the class give a review on the student's presentation. And they have to do that overnight. There's a 1-day turnaround for that one. In computing science at Franklin University in the States, they do 5 stages of a team project. So they have to produce drafts over the whole semester. And in this case, the students actually mark the reviews. So not only do the students mark the submissions, they also mark the quality of the reviews that have been given. And finally, Peter Beer at the University of Auckland, first year engineering, also a very large class, normally around about 900 to 9,000, 900 to 1,000 students every year. In this case, because it's a code review, they have to submit up to around about 16 files. And I think they're in MATLAB. I think they're MATLAB files that they have to submit. But again, it shows the scalability of the system. So if we look at our subjects, these are the number of classes that have been done in a range of subjects. We've got law here, mainly because of that commercial law course at Auckland. And we've also got computing science, medicine, biology here, sociology and English language, and then down to psychology and academic practice, and a bit of general social science there. What I've done is I've put these into disciplines with respect to the number of classes to kind of get kind of a coarser-grained view on this. These are the colleges within the University of Glasgow, so it just made it easier to do that. We've got here the College of Art. We've got arts as a discipline. MVLS means medicine, veterinary, and life sciences. So these are all our medical assignments. We've got science and engineering and social science. So we can see that it's used predominantly in the medical discipline and in social science. And I also wanted to look at the number of reviews allocated, because this is where, this is kind of the additional work that you're giving to students once they've done their assignment. And as I've said before, the mode is 2. Most students are given 2 of their peer submissions to review, but we also have quite a few 3s. And we can see here, if we do it by discipline, we can see that science and engineering and social science work their students just a little bit harder than the arts and the medicine categories. Looking at a couple of the other assignment features, only 4% of the assignments were author identifiable. Most of them were done entirely double-blind in order to ensure, I assume, for feedback to be more critical and reliable. The rubric design was interesting because the majority of rubrics had equal number of radio buttons and comments, so therefore giving an equal balance between marking quantitatively and reviewing qualitatively. And then when there was allocation of reviews according to topic, and that's within the minority, there were 2% at between tags and 0.5% of within tags. The people who tend to use between tags, the instructors tend to be quite concerned about plagiarism, particularly if the peer review is part of a formative process. They're worried that if they do within tags, that students are going to steal other students' ideas. I don't understand it myself, but they're worried about it. And so that's why there's probably more between tags rather than within tags. One of the real advantages that we have with Europa is that we know who our users are. We're in touch with them. We know they have to enroll with us. We know exactly who they are. And they contact us if they have any problems, and we can give them advice on their peer review activities. So in looking at the teacher's perspective, what I did is I looked at all the emails that I'd got from all the instructors from January 2009 to end of 2016. So this was naturally occurring, spontaneous data. This wasn't as a result of sending out a questionnaire. But I looked at all the emails I'd got in order to see which particular issues emerged from the instructors when they were doing their peer reviews. So instructors, they just want to make students happy. And if students are unhappy, then instructors are concerned about that. Instructors are innovative. They value flexibility. They have in their mind the way that they want their peer review assignment to run, and they want Europa to be able to support exactly that particular model. In most cases, Europa can. Sometimes there's some kind of weird massaging that we might have to do. But if the system is flexible and allows them to do a range of things, then they're more likely to use it. They have varying views on whether the right feedback is necessary. So some instructors, and these tend to be the ones who actually don't continue to use the system, are concerned that peers might give the wrong feedback. and they might say the wrong thing to other students. Now, our view, mine and John's, is that actually that critical analysis is actually really important for students when they get their feedback, particularly if their feedback is contradictory. As I've said, they've got varying views on the potential for plagiarism, but instructors, most of all, they want their job to be easy. If they're going to be using a new technology, they want it to be easy to use. And if there are things that they do outside the system at the moment that can be then put inside the system, then that's going to make them so much happier. So we've adapted the system over the years in order to bring in some features that aren't necessarily educationally motivated, but are actually motivated just by making the instructor's job easier. And also instructors, they value high usability. If the interface isn't highly usable, they're just not going to use the system. So just some anecdotal issues that came up is some students often forget to submit their assignment or forget to write their reviews. Some of them don't take the review activity seriously, fewer than you might think though. Sometimes they violate their anonymity by putting their name at the top of their submission or forget their passwords. Some teachers, this came back quite early on, only include closed questions, radio buttons on the rubric. So there's actually no useful constructive feedback for the students. Sometimes they give individual extensions which make fair allocation impossible. So if you give a submission extension that's too late, it actually makes it impossible to do an allocation. And this means that some students end up doing 3 reviews where they ought to be doing 2, for example. And then there are other things. The teachers don't have a complete class list at the beginning of the semester, or students withdraw, or students are enrolled under two IDs. You know what happens, and there's things like that. There's kind of external things that that happen around the system. But many of these things are not to do with how Europa works. They are to do with contextual matters. Our success is if the peer review is an integrated part of the assessment, rather than just tacked on, it tends to work better. So giving a student an assignment and then saying, oh, and by the way, we want you to do some peer review afterwards, doesn't go down well with the students because it's just seen as extra work. But if it is introduced as an integrated part of what they're doing and motivated with respect to skill development, then it tends to be more successful. And of course, incentives. A lot of students, we all know, students often don't do things unless there's an incentive to do it. So there are various ways that incentives are used with this peer review. Some instructors just make it mandatory. Some instructors give marks for participation. That's what I tend to do. And some instructors give marks for the quality of the review. Different ways of ensuring that students actually engage in the activity. So in conclusion, one of the really good things about Europa and the fact that John and I do it is that it's in-house. We're both academics, we're both practicing academics, so we know what matters to other academics. We know what they need. And we've nurtured it over time in order to make it more suitable for members of staff. And an increasing number of teachers are willing to try peer review. I had three requests in my inbox this morning. They tend to like it and continue using it, or they don't. Often instructors get resistance from students in the first time they try it. And some instructors are more resistant than others to that. And they do continue it, and others just stop. So students have varying views. Students think that marking is the instructor's job and that expert feedback is required. Interestingly, many students say, oh, but I can provide feedback. I know how to provide feedback. I can look at somebody else's work and comment on it. But I don't trust the other students to be able to comment on my work. It's surprising how often we get that imbalance from students. Students think that assessment is complete at the time of submission. They've worked hard on their assignment. Why should they do anything more? Like all of us, students don't like getting critical feedback. They get these critical reviews and they get upset with them, like we do when we submit papers to conferences. They also get confused over contradictory feedback, and we and many of our instructors take the view that actually giving contradictory feedback is actually really useful for students in terms of encouraging them to be critical, to think what is important, think what criteria are important, and actually for them to make that judgment as to which of these items of feedback they're going to take more seriously. And universally, the students are glad to have the opportunity to see other students' work. They like seeing where they stand. So they like seeing work that's not as good as their own, because then they know that they're better. And they also like seeing work that's better than their own, because then they know what to aspire to. So universally, the students really like being able to learn from other people. And they're always grateful for constructive comments. I had one comment from a student who said, yeah, I really like my classmates because they're like little tutors, because they help me out. It's hard to persuade students to take part if there's no intrinsic incentive. And we can see that. We can see assignments in the system which just there's no reviews happen because the students haven't been encouraged in any extrinsic way to take part. But in general, technology can only take you so far. So Europa provides that structure and the means for doing this peer review. But actually, there's a lot of academic decisions that need to be made outside of the system. It won't decide on which rubric to use. It won't decide on what submissions to put in. It won't decide on how to do those allocations. Those are, of course, academic decisions. So that's collaborative learning from a student point of view. I want to talk about collaborative learning from a teaching instructor's point of view. And I want to talk about a system called Gusto, Teaching Tips Online. This was inspired by a keynote talk from Torgny Roxa and Katrina Martensen from Lund University, who came and gave a talk at a learning and teaching symposium here at the University of Glasgow, where they spoke about how their new lecturers in the new lecturers program that they had to do had to produce, at the end of the year, had to produce a representation of their teaching practice. And Sally Fincher, Professor Sally Fincher, who's Professor of Computing Science Education at the University of Kent, talks of bundles, which are representations of practice, representations of what we do. And I put these two things together. I'd worked with Sally for some time and heard this keynote talk from Torgny and Katrina, and just thought about the vast institutional resource that we have within a university that is in the heads of all the lecturers. So what we do as lecturers is we have new ideas, we try things out. This year we tried to do something slightly different from last year. This year we're taking in advice from a colleague. We try novel technologies, we come up with different exercises to try and see how they work, interactive activities, different pedagogies. There's a whole load that goes on from us as lecturers who are teaching in different ways and having ideas, but it's seldom publicized. So you might have a chat with a friend in the common room to talk about what you're doing in your class this year. There might be university learning and teaching symposia where some people will stand up and talk about what they do. But in terms of thinking at the grassroots and the thousands of lecturers that we have, there is so much that goes on in the classroom that is only known by the lecturer and by the student. And it is such a great institutional resource of practice. So this is Gusto, which is called Glasgow University's Teaching Tips Online. And it's a platform for teachers to showcase their ideas. It's for teachers to be able to say, this is what I do in my class. It's university-wide. So it's a university-wide repository of practice, a searchable online database. People can say, this is what I do. And then they can also go onto Gusto and find out what other people are doing. And its aim, of course, is to encourage pedagogical discussion between teachers and to create a collegial academic community. So we, like most other universities, have a learning and teaching unit who specialize in pedagogical matters, but they are separate from the people who are actually doing the teaching to our students. So what I wanted to do in devising this system was create somewhere where we could all just talk to each other and find out what we're doing in a convenient way. Now, of course, if we're going to talk about our practice, we need to have some way of doing it in a structured way. So this was the teaching tip template, which was based on Sally Fincher's bundles and that we refined over time. There's the name of the teaching tip, the rationale, a description. But the real important thing, this is the actual important thing here, is what I did. What did I actually do in my class? And so that's the description of the teaching activity that the lecturer created and used in the class. There are these two conditionals. This tends to work better or perhaps it works better if you've got a class that knows each other quite well, that they've been working together for a semester. Or perhaps it works better if nobody knows each other and it's a icebreaker. It might be this doesn't work unless, for example, the sun's shining because you're actually wanting to do an exercise outside in the sun. So you can indicate here how some conditionals in order to enhance it. And then there's the essence statement, which usually starts with the word so, which sums up the problem and its solution, and some keywords. And of course, there's other search parameters like the class size, the environment, whether it's suitable for online learning, and whether any IT competency is required, and the school or unit that is being that is being used in. So it provides this searchable database. So let's look at this is one of my favorite teaching tips. This is from Tim Dempster from Earth Sciences. He teaches geology, and he found that it was difficult for students to transfer what they learned in the laboratory about rocks to real-world field settings. So what the teaching tip is, it describes how to use the whole university campus as a geoscience teaching resource. And what they did was they wandered around the campus and they put chunks of rock in the campus that they could then use for a field trip to take the students around to see these chunks of rock. It tends to work better if the campus is on a hill, and it doesn't work unless you can convince estates to engage. So by building a sustainable geoscience field site on our own doorstep, we have mimicked a real life field experience. So what I really liked about that, it's very concise. It says exactly what they did, exactly says what some of the constraints were, and also said that it solved their problem. So Gusto is my idea. It was an idea that emerged from these two presentations I went to, and I have three very clear principles behind Gusto. So the most important thing is its actual practice. It's not theoretical ideas. It's not, I read a paper who says that you should supervise your project students in a particular way. It's, this is how I supervise my students. It's actual practice. It's what we do. There's no gatekeeper. It's totally unmoderated. Anybody can go and represent their teaching tip. Anybody can go into the system and say, I'm going to create a new teaching tip and tell you what I did. This is it. And the other principle is it's internal only. It is just internal to the University of Glasgow. And what this means is that people are more willing to put their teaching tips up because they know it's not going to be public to the world. And also it helps in building that community. This is what it looks like, a very elegant interface designed by one of my students, Adrian Musat. We've included some social media stuff here, so you can like teaching tips, you can comment on them, you can forward them, you can follow people. If you look under my activity, it's got some kind of representations of how active you've been, and you can create a new teaching tip down there, and it tells you how many. It says 100 there, we've got about 150 now. So the reaction, the teaching staff love it. The grassroots, they think it's a valuable sharing resource. They like showcasing their own work. Lots of people like saying, oh, I'm really glad that someone else is finding out what I'm doing in my class. And it helps, they value the fact that they can make contacts and build the community. Further up the hierarchy, the learning and teaching managers, they're not so sure. They want moderation. They want there to be a gatekeeper to say, no, this is a good teaching tip. This is a bad teaching tip. We're not going to let that one up. My view is if there's poor practice happening on the campus, we want to know about it. And that this is a way of finding out what people do. Not that I think any of our lecturers have bad practice, but you know what I mean. The learning and teaching managers, they want every teaching tip to be accompanied by scholarly references. That's not going to happen. And also what they actually want is a representation of the University of Glasgow's practice that they can show to the rest of the world, all the good practice, all the great things that the university does, which is fine. And they of course, I agree that we need that, but it's not what Gusto is. There are other benefits that we didn't expect. So staff say that by creating their teaching tip, they are reflecting on their teaching and improving it. It's very convenient. You can do it at a desktop. They can engage in learning and teaching activities without having to go to meetings, for example. It raises the importance of learning and teaching for all teaching staff. So even those who are research-focused members of staff, we're encouraging them to let us know what they do. It supports comparative studies and encourages feedback from learning and teaching focused staff who can comment on teaching tips. So, in summary, I just want to mention this notion of a contributing student pedagogy, because both of these systems that I've described come under this category. It encourages students to contribute to the learning of others and to value the contributions of others. So both Europa and Gusto come under this contributing student pedagogy CSP model. And technology can facilitate CSP between both students and teachers. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Helen. That was wonderful, with lots of practical guidelines for us. And I really enjoyed getting to hear about the Europa system that I've heard about before. I'm going to turn you over to our Q&A coordinator, Ingrid, who will pose some questions that have appeared in the question stream, and then we'll see how that goes.
Thank you.
Over to you, Ingrid.
I'll just interrupt. It's very odd because there's no applause.
So sorry. Let's do the applause. We'll do virtual applause. So I'm applauding, and sorry, Helen. Yes, thank you. It is a different way of yeah, appreciation can't be expressed as easily as if we were in an environment where we were all together. Over to you, Ingrid.
Okay, thank you. That was a really interesting talk. So far, we have one question that's come on via Q&A. So if anybody in the audience, the attendees, if you have any further questions, please won't you click on the Q&A icon at the bottom of your screen and type in your questions for Helen. So the first is, the attendee asks, I have seen a case where a lecturer used EasyChair to implement peer review. How would Europa differ from using EasyChair, or is it much the same?
I mean, I do know of people who have used EasyChair before to do it. I think you have to know how to use EasyChair well and to be able to do that. I think, let me think. So in Europa, because it's academic motivated, the language used is academic motivated. So we talk about class lists, we talk about assignments, we talk about assignment submissions, which is slightly different language from an interface point of view as to what you might get from EasyChair. You can do it, of course you can. Just like you could use Moodle has Workshop can do it. So you can. I don't think there'd be any problem. I would think that EasyChair might be a little bit more clunky because it does so many other things as well in terms of a conference. What Europa does, and we're quite clear about this, Europa does peer review only and does it well. It doesn't try to do anything else. But EasyChair, I'm sure EasyChair can be used just as easily.
Okay. Another question. A comment first from Janet Lindenberg. I applaud you, Helen. And then, can Gusto be adapted to Sacla 2?
So Gusto could be adapted to, yeah, I mean, I've never thought about it as being adapted to a community that's not an institution. So at the moment, Gusto is for Glasgow University, and I could imagine that it could be adapted for another university. Adapting it for a community, I think it probably could do. I think that I don't know. There may be a slight uncertainty in that if you don't know who's in the community, it's quite difficult to build up that community. So if I put something in for Gusto, I know that it's nobody outside of Glasgow University is going to see it. And I know what the institutional culture of Glasgow University is, because I'm a member of Glasgow University and it has a very well-defined institutional culture. If that community is broader and I'm not sure about that institutional culture, and I don't have a clear idea about where everybody's coming from, I might be less willing to put my teaching tip up. I'm just hypothesizing, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe having it for institutional just communities might actually work. But part of the reason why one of my principles is just for Glasgow University is because of that institutional culture. It also means, it means that if I read somebody's teaching tip, I can pick up my phone and press their extension and have a chat to them in a way that I know that they're not going to feel that there's I've overstepped any boundaries. But I'm only hypothesizing that might be a problem in a community. I don't know.
Okay. Some more questions have come through. In Europa, once the learners review the assignment of their fellow students, does the system allow an instructor to moderate those reviews?
No. So the instructor cannot make changes to the reviews. No, the reviews go through. So no. I mean, the instructor might be able to put in an extra comment if they want. So what we sometimes have, there's a facility where an assignment will be reviewed by 3 people and reviewed by a tutor. So the assignment will get 3 reviews from students plus a marker review as well. That marker may or may not have had an opportunity to comment on the other reviews, but no, the reviews are not edited, no. And remarkably, I mean, I've had that question before, we don't get much nonsense. We don't get much nonsense from these students who are writing their reviews. The reviews are normally, for a student who's going to write the review, they take it seriously. So we don't get much, I've never had any complaints about any abusive messages, because of course for the lecturer can see who's written every review. And so if there was any kind of abuse there, or anything suspicious, the lecturer can always contact that student directly and say, I see that you wrote this in your review, this is unacceptable or whatever. There's always that opportunity to follow it up.
Okay. Some more questions have come through. I know Moodle has features that allow peer review, but how can we apply this in South African context, given the concept of connectivity that students face on top of the challenges you have mentioned?
Okay, so Moodle has peer review. It's called Workshop. A lot of people say that they would rather use Europa than Workshop because the interface is better. So in terms of the interface design, Europa is known as having a better interface. Oh, by the way, I'm not here to do an advert. It might sound like it, but I'm not actually. So in terms of connectivity, I think it's going to be a problem with any educational technology. I think any educational technology you're using at a distance, there's going to be a problem. And we do have problems sometimes. I mean, Europa is used worldwide, but it resides in Glasgow, which we have to take into account time zones and things like that. We do have there'll be times when students when loading files up might lose connectivity, but that's because they're loading huge files. What we tend to do is if a student has to load a large file, we encourage the lecturer to ask them to give a YouTube link or a link to somewhere else. So the submission is just text that links to another repository. I can't answer the problem with connectivity, apart from saying that if your assignment submission is a text file, and if your review is a simple review, then you're not going to have too many problems. The problems come when, like Peter Beer in Auckland, you want to submit 16 MATLAB files and you have a long review, then of course there's going to be more problems. But in terms of a text file that goes in and a simple review, there's not so many problems with that.
Okay. Our students tend to have a wide varying set of abilities. How do students react to peer review in such scenarios?
Okay, so we have that problem as well, particularly with our master students who come from all over the world, and so therefore have developed different skills at different rates. And so we will get some students who will say, I got 3 reviews and they were all nonsense. They were all rubbish. I didn't understand them. But there's still this appreciation that being able to see somebody else's work and review somebody else's work, even if the abilities are different, the students still recognize that they're getting a benefit from it. We do have a way in which you can take your class list, separate them into groups of competence according to some skill, and then do the peer review within each group. So that's been done before. Personally, I don't think it's that useful, but if you're wanting to keep the students happy so that they're only doing their review within the same group of people of a comparable kind of ability, it's possible. Europa has that flexibility to do it. I think personally that students benefit from seeing a whole range, both of submission and of reviews. I think that it's very easy for students to believe that what they know and what they do is what everybody else is knowing and doing. And I think getting an understandability of that variability, I think, is an important part of learning.
Okay. One last comment from the attendees. Based on what I've read quickly, I think Europa might be more teacher friendly, as there are features that help with monitoring student progress in the review process. Of course, not sure if the professional version of EasyChair would do this as well.
Yes,
just a comment.
Yeah, I don't know enough about EasyChair, but yes, I think one of the points is that John and I are academics, and therefore we know the context within which academics are doing these assessments, and we try very hard to take the instructor point of view. So monitoring, finding out how many students have done their reviews so far is actually a really important part of that process. I don't know whether EasyJet can do that as easily as Europa does.
Okay, thank you so much. Those seem to be all the questions we have from the audience today. So I'm going to hand over back to Karen now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ingrid.
Thank you, Ingrid, and thanks to our attendees for asking those valuable questions. And thank you, Helen, once again, with some audible claps this time from myself. There we go. Thank you again for accepting this invitation, and thank you for your wonderful talk with some wonderful practical tips on what we as lecturers can do differently or better or both.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for inviting me, Karen and George. I really do appreciate it. It's been just wonderful to have that link back to Rhodes again and to South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Right. I would now like to introduce Professor Alta van der Merwe, who will be presenting
Hi, Karen, your voice has disappeared. I don't know if you're still there.
Sorry, hi. I was muted by myself, probably. I'm introducing Professor Alta van der Merwe, who's our next speaker, and she's speaking on a paper that was written in conjunction with Hanli Smuts and Aurora Gerber as well. And the paper is on data collection in an information systems design science research project. Thank you, Alta, and over to you. Please share your slides when you are ready.
Thank you, Karen, for this opportunity. Okay, now I have to share my screen, and I will go to this one. Okay, to this one. Just confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, thank you. We can see your screen.
Okay, so thank you, and I have to congratulate you guys with this, with the whole conference so far, and the way that everything that was organized up until this point. you know, it's very stressful to know that you have to present in a virtual world and in a new platform, and to do this was quite a challenge, but it was very well organized. So I'm going to talk today about data collection and information systems design science research project. And this paper, as you have mentioned, is co-authored by Handy Smits and Rona Gerber. We have written 2 other papers to Sacla. We like to present our stuff on design science research at Sacla because it's our only platform that we can use where we can talk about design science research in South Africa, since we don't have a design science research conference. And if I may at this stage, we will still try to bring the design science research, the DESRIS conference, to South Africa next year. So currently it is still the plan. We're not sure what will happen with COVID and so on. Maybe also then a virtual conference. Anyway, so the structure of my presentation, firstly, I will give a little bit of the introduction and then a little bit of background, and then talk about data collection and design science research, a little bit of a strategy that we have compiled, and then give an example lastly. The paper is structured in the same way, so I've used the structure of the paper to present more or less of what we're going to give here. So a little bit on the rationale. Hefner defines, and I'm going to use Hefner a lot, as you may know. For those that don't know, Hefner is the father of design science research. Well, he was the first person that coined design science research as something that we can use, as a strategy that we can use, or a philosophy, or however you want to see it, as equally to other research methodologies. And that was done in 2004. So this paper heavily relies on what he has presented to us in 2004, and we also use his conceptual model. Now, the way that he talks about design science research is there's 3 key things in his paper that he gives to us. First, by saying that you create and evaluate. There's a creation process and an evaluation process always involved in design science research, and that you are in the process of creating and evaluating an artifact. I'll say something more about the artifact. But the main thing, it is intended to solve wicked problems. So complex problems in organizations are solved with artifacts. Now, the artifacts that we get, that there's a lot written about artifacts, especially in the early 2000s, about between 2000 and 2010, there were quite a few papers. But the 5 that is generally used as is constructs, models, methods, implementations, and design theory. You will, when you design or when you are involved in any artifact creation, your artifact will fall in one of these 5 categories. Construct can be used in models, for example, information systems use. A model is a pictorial or graphical representation of key concepts. A method is a procedure for accomplishing something or doing something. Implementation can be something like a system, it's an execution. And then a design theory is a prescriptive theory that offers theory-based principles which can guide practitioners and scholars in the design of effective systems and set an agenda for ongoing research. The first 4 was initially talked about by Smith, and later on the design theory was also added by a few authors. And if you are involved in any creation of any artifact, your artifact should fall somewhere here. Of course, for information systems, you might be more involved in constructs, models, and methods, not always an implementation, while the implementation is more on the computer science side, and everybody is, of course, involved in design theories and the development of design theories. So in the seminal work by Hefner, he talks about behavioral and design science research, and the 2 that those are the type of research that we are involved in if we are involved in information systems research. And the behavioral research focus more on the development and justification of your theories, while your design science research focus more on the building and the evaluation of artifacts. And very importantly, they emphasize that you use both, that it's inseparable, that you need to do behavioral science research and design science research because the one focus on the truth and the other one on utility, and we need both. So he also emphasized that the techniques used for the building and evaluation of the artifacts can be derived from behavioral and empirical work. And then he gives limited guidance on specifically the use of data collection, and specifically when you are involved in anything that works with qualitative data. And that's the reason why we have this opinion paper, and we wrote this opinion paper is because we wanted to open the conversation and give guidance on when you use Hefner's conceptual model, exactly where are the points where you can do data collection to build and to evaluate the artifact. So who will use this? Typically design science researchers or students involved in a project doing design science research, where they need to understand how they can ensure rigor in their processes using design science research. So where do they include their data collection then? So on the background, the conceptual framework from Hefner, this is his well-known conceptual framework. I will first show you the end result. This is the end result, and then I'll talk about each part. The left-hand side of his conceptual framework talks about the environment, or also the relevance of the product. And here the business needs are important. The people, organization, and technology feeds into the design science research cycle. On the right-hand side, you have the knowledge base. We also refer to rigor. Anything that feeds into the design science research cycle, the foundations, the methodologies, the theories, the frameworks, instruments, constructs, models, and so on. And then in the middle, you have the process of developing and building your artifact and testing your artifact at the end of the day. So this is a cyclic, it's very cyclic in nature. There are two very well-known processes that or ways that you can do this. The one is the process of Vashnafni and the other one of Peffers, and I will show them a little bit later. But that is typically what you will find in the middle. So from the left-hand side, you get your business needs from the wicked problem that is in the organization. And on the right-hand side, you get all your knowledge that's applicable to the problem. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you give back to the application to the environment, and you give back the knowledge base to the knowledge that you have created, the theory or whatever you have added to the literature, and that goes back into the knowledge base. So just on the data collection techniques, typically on the left-hand side, you will get from the environment things like observation, interviews, and questionnaires, typically that will feed into your middle section. Observation is the focus of studying people's behavior, interviews, a goal-oriented conversation with one person or more people, a questionnaire as a method ensuring that each person who responds to the questionnaire is asked the same question. So that those are typically data collection techniques that you will get that will feed into from the environment. Then on the right-hand side, from the knowledge base, typically you will get theoretical framework if you use that as a guide. Textual analysis can be a method that you will use from the knowledge base, or a systematic literature review, which is also very popular and used a lot lately in the information systems field. So now going to the data collection in design science research, just before I go forward, I need to say that it's very important that you understand that we use this as a guideline to show exactly where do we see applicable data collection places, and that we talk about the building and evaluation of the artifact in the middle, talks to the environment and get information from the environment, and also information from the knowledge field. It is, although we include the evaluation, it's not the main focus. Evaluation can be extended much more, and there are a lot written by Hefner and Prisheje, especially Prisheje and Basketball, and those people have written a lot about evaluation. So the main focus of this paper was not the evaluation, it was rather on the design process itself. So what are the things that you are involved in if you are going to look at the design process? So these 4 data collection areas were identified by us: the requirements, the knowledge, the environmental practices, and the evaluation of the artifact. And I will show you how it links to the conceptual framework of Hefner. The first one, establish the requirements from the problem domain, comes from the environment. Secondly, the knowledge base. Thirdly, once again, the environment. And fourthly, the evaluation, although the evaluation, I will say more about the evaluation in a moment. So I will look at each of these 4 in a moment. The first one is the business needs. This is where you are going to be in the beginning of a design science research process, and you want to confirm that there is really a problem. Typically, you can do this via a case study or multiple cases. And the data collection techniques that you can use is observation, interview, or questionnaires. And this will then feed into your design and development and building of your artifact. Secondly, is where you can use existing knowledge from the foundations. And that is typically existing theories, for instance, the theoretical framework, or where you are going to look at all the data that's available, or all the writings that's available on that specific problem, and do a critical review through looking at the existing knowledge by doing a textual analysis or systematic literature review. Now, thirdly, you can also do, when you are busy with your development of your artifact, you can go and do data collection in the environment. Typically, you can look at best practices, something that has already been implemented, the way people are doing something. And we get this a lot with qualitative data, where you go and you talk, or you do a case, you just don't not only confirm the problem, but you look at people that has already been involved in the solution for that problem, and you take best practices, you tag your data, and you get maybe a framework from that, and so on. Once again, the data collection techniques includes observation, interviews, or questionnaires. And I was thinking here you can also maybe use existing documents in the organization as a data collection technique to read through that and to use that as input into your design and your development phase. Then lastly, your evaluation at the bottom. Hefner says that you need appropriate metrics where the evaluation is complete once the requirements and constraints of the problems as defined during the first data collection cycle are met. They suggest observational, analytical, experimental, testing, and descriptive design evaluation methods. And this is very important to note now, that if you are here, depending on the type of research that you are doing, remember this whole paper is about information systems. It's not a computer science, so it's not we're not talking about a system as a solution. We're more talking about frameworks, guidelines, more information system-based artifacts. Here you might then, depending on the scope of the project, not implement it fully back into the environment. So if you don't do that, you will have an artificial evaluation where you maybe do just a proof of concept. Or if you implement it back into the environment, then there will need to be that, it will be linked here. So maybe the 4 should have stand here rather. I can still change that. Okay, so that is the 4 ways that you do, or data points where you can get data. And now if we look at the strategy that we say, it exactly links to those 4 things. We say, using the conceptual model of Hefner et al., we derive a 4-step guide for including the data collection as part of research design for a design science research project. Firstly, we propose that you understand in your first phase your data resources during the problem description. Then you select a data resource from the knowledge base as input in the problem solution, if applicable. Then you decide if it's appropriate to use data resources from the environment as input into the problem solution. Not all solutions do that, but some solutions might go back to practice and look at the environment and look at best practices and input that once again into the solution. And lastly, you will identify the data resources during the design of the evaluation strategy. What data resources are you going to use, and how are you going to evaluate your design, whether it is in laboratory design or in field evaluation then at the end. So if we look at the two data collection tech using Vaishnavi and PEFRS, these are the two ways that or the two most popular methodologies at this stage to do your design science research, or to fill that middle part. We talk about this middle part, the two strategies that you can use there. I hope I go not too quickly. So typically you will, for Vaishnavi, in the awareness of the problem, you will do your requirements also. So you will, in this phase, do your case study where you confirm that this problem is really a problem. And once again, as I said, there you can do your observation, or you can do your interviews, or so on. Secondly, you can do your suggestion, where you, for your suggestion and your development, you use 2 and 3. Where you get from your knowledge base, or you can get, once again, from your practice environment, your organization, you can get best practices, and lastly, your evaluation. Similarly for PEFRS, in the first step, they have their awareness, identify your problem and motivate. Here you will confirm your problem from the environment. And in your design and development, once again, you can use knowledge from your knowledge base, or you can use information from the practice environment. And once again, for your demonstration, you will do evaluation, either real world or artificial evaluation. Okay, so I'm nearly finished. The case study example, there are 3 case studies that we have done in the paper. I'm only going to show the last one. This is a paper based on, or this is an example from the PhD, from a PhD student that created a change management framework. In her change management framework, she used PEFRS. As you can see, here's awareness, suggestion, development. Then during her development, she had a circumscription where she had a cycle 1, cycle 2, and a cycle 3, and went back into her main flow and did her evaluation. So in her first phase of awareness, she used a case study in the awareness phase to confirm the problem that a framework is needed, talk to people here. In her first cycle of her development, she went and confirmed, she did a systematic literature review to identify critical success factors that she's going to use in the construction of her thesis. Then in her cycles 2 and 3, she did action design strategy to develop her artifact, relying on a case study environment where she identified concepts to include her in her artifact. Then in her third cycle, she also got from the knowledge base information, and specifically the constructs derived during the first cycle. So she used also some of the constructs that she got from the first cycle. And then lastly, she used a focus group for evaluation. She only did a proof of concept classified as an artificial evaluation and not a full-blown evaluation. And then she did the conclusion. So in a nutshell, data collection is at the heart of any research problem. Your data assists you to design, develop, and evaluate your artifact. And your data, and I always find that students are looking for solutions and recipes, but it's not true. You have to design your own design science research kind of methodology. And part of that is at the heart your data collection. Okay, and that is it. Any questions?
Thank you, Alta, for that interesting talk. I'm going to pass you over to Ingrid to ask the questions that might be in the inbox. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen, and thank you, Alta, for a very interesting presentation. Just a reminder to our attendees, if you have any questions, please won't you click on the Q&A icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen and type in your questions there, and we will read them out to Alta so that she can address them. So we have one so far that has come in. Question is from Andre Kalitz, and he's asking, would you classify a framework as an artifact in information systems?
Yeah, framework, Andre, and you know the whole discussion around frameworks. And I have to say, me and Arona has been on a long voyage with the concept of a framework. So in order to answer your question, one needs to first answer the question, what is a framework? So for me, a framework, there's different definitions of a framework, but if we look at a framework within information systems, I define a framework, and there we have some references. I know Darrell or Van Grienen also used the reference, where a framework is, it can be, not it must be, it can be a method and a model combined. So I would say a framework is a combination of a model and a method. So I don't know if I answered that question, Andre.
Well, I hope so.
Yes.
We haven't had any additional questions. We've got one attendee with their hand up. I'm not sure, Karen, am I able to unmute our attendee to allow them to ask their question directly?
I don't think you can unmute them. Can they not type it into the Q&A box? Because I don't think you have the...
Okay. All right, well then, are there any other questions from the floor?
No more questions. Thank you.
It does seem to be that way.
Alta, I'd just like to make a comment. I know you mentioned in your talk that it wasn't, you weren't specifically talking about computer science applications and products, but actually I can see a lot of what you've been saying or what you said in the talk that actually has quite a lot of relevance to design of whole systems, not just the artifacts. So thank you for that. I think it's given me certainly a lot to think about in terms of the design of full sort of systems.
Yes, it's definitely, because you have to remember that one of the artifacts that I've mentioned, the fourth artifact, is a system, is a implementation. So yes, of course, all of this will also resonate with it. And if you go back very quickly, if you just remember that Hefner initially talks about if I just go to Hefner's definition, solve wicked problems in organizations and information technology artifacts. So an information technology artifact includes systems. So design science research indeed is not only for information systems, although I in this paper, I focused on qualitative data collection. So where you are involved, and obviously for a system, often you will also be involved in data collection qualitatively for the system when you are going to engage with the users to get the user requirements and so on. But for me, I didn't per se remember a system can only be something like a mechanism to open a door. And for that, you won't necessarily have a qualitative data collection process involved. That's why I did not include all of that. I think if you go broader, then you will have to include much more different collection techniques. Simulations should maybe be one of those that you will use to demonstrate that something is working or not working.
Thank you. And thank you once again for your talk.
Thank you, girls.
I have a question, if I can interrupt you. Just one. Sure. With multiple opportunities for data collection within the DSR process, would you say that validity and triangulation of data is kind of built in doing that?
I think it depends on the scope of the project. It depends on what you are doing. If the ones that I've been involved in is mostly PhDs, so students might sometimes, I've had students that will do both focus groups and, for instance, interviews. So there you get then that whole triangulation perspective of more than one way of seeing it. Sometimes we had students that confirmed problems using both a case study and interviews, for instance. So there you will also have a component of triangulation. So that is possible, yes. It's not a must, but there are opportunities also to have that in, yes. Okay, thank you, girls. And thank you for a very well-run conference. I have to congratulate you.
Thank you, Alta. And this brings us to our virtual tea break. So it'll give everyone a chance just to have a short break. and then we'll reconvene at 15:30, which is in just over 20 minutes from now. Thank you all for attending this session.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a minute or two to go before we start the afternoon session. But looking forward to final session for the first day. We have one academic research paper coming up from our very own Dr. Ingrid Seeberger. And then we have a discussion paper as the second presentation in this afternoon session. Just wait another moment or two for any final attendees to join us. Right, with that, 3:30 by my computer's time, so let's get started. Our first presentation for this afternoon is by our own Dr. Ingrid Seeberger, one of the conference co-chairs, who's been very instrumental in putting together Sacla 2020, and it's a pleasure to have her now to present some of her research, particularly around the use of scaffolding in teaching information systems. Ingrid, over to you if you'd like to share your screen with us.
Thank you, George. Right, I think I'm choosing the right one. Right, can everybody see my screen?
Looking beautiful and hearing you clearly. Thanks, Ingrid.
Okay, thank you. This paper I titled The Importance of Scaffolding When Building Information System Specialists. And if I'm perfectly honest, it came out of a bit of navel gazing on my own part, which as a new lecturer at Rhodes University, I was forced to do by having to take part in what Rhodes calls its Catalyst course, which looks at assessment, teaching and learning within the university in order to prepare new academics for teaching. And so a lot of this comes from there. So I'm structuring the course with a bit of background. Then we'll look briefly at constructivist teaching and learning, instructional support, what I did in my approach with the IS2s and 3s. I'll do a bit of a discussion and a conclusion. So the background is that despite being in academia for many years, I was not actually heavily involved in the area of undergraduate teaching. I predominantly worked in a research-only capacity, and that meant that the teaching that I did was largely limited to postgraduate teaching that might have been through formal courses, but quite often and more specifically through postgraduate research supervision and project support. So when I joined information systems in 2018, I had experience in teaching, but not nearly as much as one would have expected for someone who'd been working in academia for 12 years. And so the first course that I was given, because of my background, I am actually a computer scientist, so I have a PhD in computer science. I was given kind of more the technical courses within the information systems department at Rhodes, within their undergraduate program. And so the first course that I ever taught was the database course here at Rhodes. And in moving from a research only post to having to also integrate more of a teaching flavor, I was really not very well prepared for what I encountered in the student body. I suppose not being a part of an undergraduate program since I wasn't, since the time that I was an undergraduate, I was ill prepared for the kind of students that I encountered. They had changed quite a bit over the 18 years that had passed between the time that I was in undergrad and I was now teaching in undergrad. And this is obviously for very many reasons. The student body has changed over the years. Most of those reasons are very good and necessary reasons. But it just meant that my initial approach, which was to teach them in a way that I had been taught and in a way that had worked for me, didn't actually work in the classroom. And so the results from my experience in my first year were terrible, to put it bluntly. I was not prepared for the predominant group of students within the classroom approaching their learning in a surface manner rather than deep learning. And I very quickly realized that the approach which had worked with me as a student, which was largely a didactic teaching approach, where naturally we would have practicals, but we would be told and explained the theoretical concepts, and then we would be given an opportunity in a practical to put those theoretical concepts into practice. And whereas I was able to confidently navigate the move from being told or explained how the theoretical concepts work into putting those into practice, so I didn't necessarily need as much support, I was finding that that was not necessarily the case for the students that I was encountering. And so the didactic approach that I took in my first course with the IS3s in 2018 was not going to cut it. And so this began this journey for me of, well, how do I do this better? Okay, and so it was obviously at this point that I actually ended up having to do this course with Churchill and beginning to talk about constructivist teaching approaches. And I'm sure most of us know what constructivism is, but obviously the idea is that people construct their own knowledge or meaning of the world around them through their experiences and through this reflection. And that this typically utilizes active techniques like problem solving to help learners build their own knowledge and understanding. So the focus then shifts from teaching to considering what activities can be asked of students in order to result in appropriate levels of learning taking place. So we see an emphasis being on what it means to know and understand the concepts and which activities can be utilized in order to gain that understanding. So what can we do to get the students to this point? And Biggs describes two types of students, which was largely what I was experiencing and seeing in the classroom. He describes that we have either deep learners or surface learners, and that he suggests that the latter group, the surface learners, have become more prevalent within our classrooms over the years, okay, for numbers of reasons. And he suggests that one way of encouraging a deeper approach to learning is through employing problem-based learning strategies, because it requires the student to question, speculate, attempt to generate solutions, and thereby resulting in students utilizing higher order thinking skills. So it was from this point that I decided to adapt my courses and how I would deliver them. But I also realized that problem-based learning and instructional support wouldn't be enough on their, problem-based learning and constructivist approaches wouldn't be enough on their own without some form of instructional support. So Wood, Brunner, and Ross, they describe scaffolding as dynamic support that is intended to extend a student's abilities by helping to fill the gaps in their knowledge such that they are able to complete a task. So scaffolding is meant to be a temporary support structure that enables the student to gain independent skill or knowledge. And by providing the scaffolding, that process would happen sooner than had the student been allowed to progress completely unassisted. The level at which instructional support is offered can vary between what is referred to as high instructional support and low instructional support. And a study by Hardy and colleagues found that students who had received high instructional support had a more coherent understanding of the concepts that they had been studying as compared to their classmates who had received low instructional support. Students in high instructional support groups were also better able to transfer those new skills and knowledge to other domains and problems as compared to their classmates who had received low instructional support. So if we just move on. Okay, so what I did with the IS2s and 3s is my starting point was that often I couldn't even get them to come to class. And I wondered about that. When I was an undergraduate, if I didn't go to class, I would miss out on valuable information. And through reflection, it struck me that today students have access to a plethora of information online. And so if the desire to remain in bed far outweighs anything else, well, then they're going to do so because there's probably a YouTube video about this thing anyway. So that got me thinking, well, what is it that we are offering our students? Why is it that so many students at Rhodes are almost taking a semi-distance learning approach to life at university? They're at a contact institution, but often they're not making much contact with the lecturing staff. So what could I do? What could I offer that would be better than, oh, well, I'm sure there's a YouTube video for this. And that's when the only thing that made sense to me that I could offer them was access to myself. So if I got them to realize that I was essentially a master in this field and they were the apprentices, they would have access to me. And there was no way that they would get that from a YouTube video, being able to interact with someone who is a master in the discipline. And using this new way of framing my view of teaching really helped me together with taking a problem-based learning approach in order to really begin to entice and coerce the students into more active learning approaches. So what I wanted to help the students get to a point where they could really enact their knowledge. It's not enough in disciplines like ours, in both information systems and computer science, to just be able to regurgitate theory. One must understand theory and be able to enact it. And so that is what that was the core of what I wanted the students in my class to be able to do, to be able to enact their knowledge. So what I did was I decided that I was no longer going to teach theory. What could be delegated and what they had been delegating themselves anyway to YouTube videos is exactly what I did. I made theory videos that were available to them from the beginning of the year, and they could watch them before the course, during the course, whenever they wanted. But the onus was completely on them to have gone through the theoretical material and background knowledge in order to be useful as database designers and as database implementers and users of database in order to extract data, etc. And then the same applied with the object-oriented course in the second year. And then within the classroom specifically, what I did was I only dealt with problems, and the problems became more complex as we progressed through the course. Initially, I would try and unpack and answer those problems myself, and as we progressed, I would call upon students more and more to help me through that process. The difference then between the second year and the third year was that in the third year, I was able to provide a lot more structure and so high instructional support within the practicals, which I did not do in the second year course. So in the third year course, within the practicals, there was a mandatory tutorial component where students were broken up into groups with a tutor, and they broke away into different rooms so that they could really engage with one another. And they were given problems, so real world requests for data that they might encounter if they were in an organization. And then they were given the solution. What would the SQL statement look like in order to extract that data? And as a group, they had to work together to make sure that everybody in that group understood how to move from the problem to the solution. They were told that they were not allowed to leave for at least the first hour, so they had to stay and participate. And in fact, some of the groups got really quite animated and were working well beyond the mandatory timeframe that they had to remain. And a number of students commented on how this was very useful process for them, how they were really able to now begin to engage and understand the enactment of the theory of databases and the theory of SQL, but doing it in practice and in a very real way. But we also had a number of complaints. A lot of students didn't like the idea that I was not giving them the kind of control that they wanted over their learning, and they felt that they could do that better. And so with the second year course, I did not have a mandatory tutorial section. And so the students were given a lot more latitude. They were still given a practical that they had to do, but they could do it in any way that they wanted. They needed to approach either a tutor or myself in order to engage and ask questions, or not if they felt confident in doing that. So what I found with students is that I often get a lot of students complain. They say they hate the theory, and why do we have to do theory? And theory is so boring. But what students seem to not be able to understand is that the theory provides us with the conceptual structures that enable us to have purposeful and meaningful actions and not just be rote practitioners. So they need to realize that they need to not just rote, it's not about rote memory, it's about internalizing the process. And so by trying to build in a scaffolding process into the practical sessions, which was highly structured, they were not only helping each other by students who were understanding it, helping those who were not, etc. But even those who already understood, through the process of explaining to their peers or listening to the discussion or interacting with tutors who were also encouraged to unpack their approaches to solving problems, the students were really able to begin to enact that knowledge and internalize it more than really just rote memory, but it actually began to make sense, and they were building the structure and not just collecting a bunch of bricks that they made a pile of on the floor. So that the structured nature of the IS3 pracs and allowing the students to collaborate and solve problems working together seem to have a much better result in terms of students genuinely internalizing this new body of knowledge that they were being taught, and then being able to do really well in both the latter components of the practicals, which were for marks, as well as in the summative examinations at the end of the year. And in fact, much better than they had done in previous years. Whereas the IS2s, because there was less structure in the practical sessions, and they could kind of approach it in any way that they wanted, they could do it in any order that they wanted, it was completely up to them as to whether they asked questions or engaged with their peers, etc. They tended to opt out. So they either just didn't do the work, they tended not to come often to lectures, and they tried cramming all at the end. And so they weren't really able to enact any knowledge in the final examinations, because the final examinations were all problem-based. There were no regurgitation of theory questions at all. Everything was, here's an unseen problem, how do you solve it? And so it really was a disservice to them removing the structure. So even though the students don't necessarily like the structure and do not like being forced into a position where they have to enact their knowledge, it actually was exceptionally beneficial for them. And I like this statement by Luckett and Sutherland, who say that the purpose of education is to produce capable individuals who are able to think and solve problems. And so constructivist learning theories and approaches such as problem-based learnings really do offer us meaningful ways to engage with our learners and to encourage them to take deeper approaches to learning. But what I found is that in our large classrooms, if without high instructional support, students are still capable of opting out. And so we actually can use high instructional support mechanisms to coerce our students into a much deeper engagement and thereby learning to enact the knowledge so that they would be capable individuals who are able to think and solve problems when they leave us. Okay, and that is the end of my presentation.
Great, thank you very much, Ingrid. Perfectly on time. Commend you on your timekeeping there. Just a reminder to the audience that if you have any questions, please just click on the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen and type in your questions there, and those will then get reflected through by Ed, who is our question answer coordinator for this afternoon. Ed, have we got any questions yet?
No, George, I'm not seeing any questions coming through at all.
Okay.
So perhaps I can ask one.
Go ahead.
Just I noted that you would, in your discussion, Ingrid, and thank you, very interesting, by the way. I mean, I've been in that same boat as you have many times with the IS2s and the IS3. So I understand the kind of problems you encountered. I just noted that for the third years, you mentioned giving them the questions and the solutions outright. And I was wondering if at that point may not be useful to perhaps add additional problems without the solutions that students can tackle then, you know, in whatever way.
Yeah, I did do that. So there was a component after the tutorial where they had to go off and try on their own, because obviously in an exam setting, and a lot of this is to obviously help prepare them for an exam setting, they wouldn't be able to discuss, collaborate, and you know, work as a group or a team. So there were a few questions that they had to answer afterwards that put them in a position where they were now working independently, and they had to hopefully use what they had learnt in the tutorial as a springboard from which to tackle the problems that they were doing on their own.
Thank you, Ingrid. I see one question coming through. I think it may partly have been answered by your reply now, but there's a question coming through that were any of the practicals compulsory or not? So did they have to attend? I think I remember you saying they had to kind of be there for the first hour.
Yeah, all practicals are compulsory, and they had to be there until the end of the tutorial component. And then for the component where they had to work independently, they could elect to stay at the tutorial and work on that in the computer lab with access to their tutor or myself, where they could ask additional questions if they wanted to, or alternatively, they could work from home. That was up to them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions coming through. Oh, wait, one more. Okay, again, they're asking, in terms, I suppose this relates more to summative and formative assessment components. The questions relates to how do you then compose the class marks with that kind of approach?
So, so the second portion of the prac where they had to answer on their own, those were marked by the tutors, and then I took those in from the tutors and kind of randomly picked a few to check that the tutor's marking was correct, and then we could use those for summative assessment, as a class mark cumulatively. And then we also implemented what we refer to as a pre-prac test, where we would ask a couple of MCQ questions that were based on lectures from the week before, just to encourage them to attend lectures. So there'd be a couple of questions in there around databases and what they had learned in the week before for them to do. And those two together, together with a test, which was later on in the term, composed the class mark.
Okay, thanks, Ingrid. Yeah, so obviously you had quite a lot more components there in your strategy as well that were coordinated with your scaffolding approach.
Yeah, so obviously we still have to keep in some of the structure that we've always used in order to gain, get class marks and that kind of thing. But the part that seemed to really make a difference to the students was that with the third years I ran these compulsory tutorials where they were working together to learn from their tutor, but also to teach each other, because the groups are fairly randomly distributed. So it's not like we put all the brightest kids together and then the kids in the middle together and then the kids at the bottom together. It's quite a large distribution of abilities between them. And so the discussion and learning from each other. And I think through the process of some of them explaining to their peers, cemented their ideas of what was going on better in their own heads.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important component. As I think as teachers, we'll know that you only really understand something when you have to explain it to someone else. Your own limits are very quickly exposed. So that's very valuable strategy. Thank you very much, Ingrid. I'm not seeing any further questions coming through. So unless someone wants to raise their hand, I'm going to hand it over to George.
Great, thanks, Ed. And yeah, thank you, Ingrid. I think a very useful paper for teaching the next generation, as our conference theme puts it. It's students have changed a lot since we were students, and we don't always remember that we're not teaching people who were the same as we were back in our day. So very useful. Also thought your last comments on peer evaluation tied in very nicely with some of what Helen had to say in the keynote address earlier on this afternoon. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Well, folks, we've got a minute or two more. So I see Jean has joined us. Just perhaps to speak a little bit about the next presentation. It's not a formal research presentation, but a discussion paper that we're going to be listening to in the next session, presented by Jean Freiling from Nelson Mandela University in Port Elizabeth. And I'm certainly looking forward to that. Just from an administrative kind of side, we've been using the Q&A box to handle the questions from the audience, and we'll do that for this next session. But to try to get some sort of discussion going, we will also allow you to unmute your microphones and to speak if you would like to make some contribution that's perhaps better expressed verbally rather than typing something into a small box on your screen. So if you wish to speak as part of the discussion after Jean's presentation, if you would just click on the raise your hand button on your screen, And as we see that, we will unmute your microphone at the appropriate point and allow you to have some interaction with John as a way of trying to get some kind of more free-flowing discussion going, perhaps, than is allowed by the question and answer box. John, still got a minute or two to go, has a pre-recorded presentation that I believe we're going to be watching, and then we'll hand over to him to make a few remarks and comments, and then we'll get into the actual discussion part thereafter. John, I don't know if there's anything you wish to say before we watch the pre-recorded video, if you'd want to introduce it or give us some sort of background at this stage.
No, thanks, George. As I said, as you said, it's a discussion paper, not full research, but it's a passionate engagement project, and hopefully it will inspire some people regarding what we do. But thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. If anybody else follows Jean on social media, you cannot have helped but see quite a lot of mention of tanks, which is what he's going to be talking about this afternoon. I know I've certainly seen him mentioning it on social media feeds quite a lot, and I have not had a chance yet to really find out what it's all about. So I'm personally really looking forward to this session this afternoon and the opportunity to find out a little bit more about tanks for myself. It looks like quite an exciting project that has been running for a while now at NMU. That, yeah, is now 4 o'clock and is the scheduled start time. So if we can get the video showing now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I first want to thank Sacla for giving me the opportunity to share about this project, which has been a passion of mine for the past 3 years. I specifically entered it as a discussion topic, since it's more of an engagement project than a research project at this stage. My co-author is Byron Patterson. It was originally his honours project, and he is still part of the project. We see the Tanks project within the context of the government realizing that there's a huge need for software developers or coders in South Africa, and they are therefore focusing on introducing coding and robotics in primary school, even from grade R upwards. And although government has good intentions, there are realities on the ground that needs to be faced. Of the 26,000 schools in our country, 15,000 do not have laboratories. And I've seen figures that says it will cost on average R1 million per school to equip schools with those 15,000 computer labs. Furthermore, it's also very well known that most teachers are not trained to offer coding and robotics. And then schools also do not have the technical staff to maintain labs. Within our discipline, I think we are all very aware that our graduates find employment very quickly, and that software development is one of the scarcest skills in the country. When I interact with industry, the word desperate need comes up often. But then those learners that are mainly in those disadvantaged schools that don't have labs, that would be many of your township schools as well as rural schools, are totally ignorant of computing or programming careers. It has been my responsibility to market our discipline in our province, and I've often found it close to impossible to go into a school where most of the learners have never worked on a computer and to talk to them about computing and programming careers. The concept of kids coding celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2017, and it has its foundation in the work of Seymour Papert, a South African-born scientist who introduced the Logo programming language. This later culminated into Lego Mindstorms and the Lego Mindstorm robots that are now often used for kids coding. A very well-known package often used when introducing kids to coding is Scratch, which was developed at MIT. The Africa Code Week, which annually reaches hundreds of thousands of kids across Africa with coding, mostly uses Scratch in their events during October of every year. And then you have other products like AlgoBlocks, Turn, and a specific Apple product, which I couldn't find the name of, but which I've seen on their shelves. So there are very many products out there that can be used to introduce kids to coding. Our problem with these projects are mainly cost. For Scratch, the latest Scratch, I believe, has to work in a lab that is connected. And I've spoken to people that do Africa Code Week, and they say even if they go to a school that has a lab, they often find a lab that has so many viruses and other maintenance issues that these labs are unusable. If you think of Lego Mindstorms, one of those robots could cost you up to 7,000 Rand. And it's hardly effective to use one robot and teaching a group of 40 kids programming. So the main concern we have with these packages are cost. The product that we are aware of that is the closest to tanks is called a Scotty Go. And to be honest, it has all the features of tanks, probably slightly more. It also has tangible tokens. It uses a cell phone. And you will see that it very much looks also like Scratch. But one of these packages is currently on the market for 1,200 Rand. And I guess not more than 3 or 4 kids would be able to play with it at the same time. So when we set out with Byron's Honours Project, we had the following objectives: to exclude computers and other expensive equipment, to be as cost effective as possible, to introduce some complex introductory coding concepts, to apply pedagogical principles, and then obviously our main aim was to promote programming as a career in schools where there are no computers. The pedagogical theories which Byron investigated and summarized mainly came up with these points that needs to be addressed when you try to teach kids anything. And we were mainly aiming at 8 to 12-year-olds when we started the project. So you have concrete activity, play and learn, scaffolding, and problem solving. So while we were busy with this project, we kept this in mind. So Byron came up with the Tanks coding app as his honours project in 2017, which we realized by the end of the year that it has rollout value, and we received grants from TIA to commercialize it so that we could start rolling it out across the country after his honours. So how it basically works is, on your cell phone screen you get a grid with a tank that needs to reach a destination. You then have tangible puzzle pieces that you put out on your desk or on a table, and with those puzzle pieces you build the code to direct the tank. You take the cell phone and you take a photo of the puzzle pieces. It does image recognition, internalizing the code in the phone, and then it executes on the screen so the kid or learner can immediately see the tank move after taking the photo. So we have the basic turtle graphic commands: move forward, move backwards, turn left, turn right, and then we also added a shoot command that shoots stuff away that's in the way to the destination. There's the concept of an if statement, which basically has to do with whether the path is blocked or whether the path is clear. But it's the clear implementation of the if statement. The repeat token allows you to repeat something 3 to 6 times or infinitely, and you can have any amount of tokens on the side that needs to be repeated. So there's no limitation on the body of the loop that needs to be repeated. And then we also have a very basic while loop that simply says while the path is clear or while the path is blocked. And then you can determine the actions of the tank if one of these two conditions are true. But as you progress in the levels, there's often the chance of discussing concepts like optimization to the learners. If you look at this challenge, it looks like a move forward, turn left, go forward a few tokens, turn right, and in that way reach your target. But when you start building the code, it is soon obvious that there's a very long solution to this problem. But by looking at the problem closely, one can introduce the learner to a better solution, noticing that the tank moves forward until it hits a blockage and then turns right and does this repeatedly until it reaches the destination. So this can be done using the repeat infinite loop, and then in the body of the loop you have an if statement that says move forward if the path is clear and turn right if the path is blocked. We've built in the feature in the app that once you reach the destination, a loop is terminated. So this is a good way of showing learners optimal code compared to kind of obvious secular linear code. The game has 35 levels of increasing complexity. So whenever you have a group of learners playing, the concept of gamification and competitiveness kicks in immediately, and I've often seen that after 45 minutes to an hour it is very difficult to get the groups to stop. So the gamification makes it kind of addictive to anyone that plays. This is the solution for level 35, the last level, with some complex nested structures, truly complex. If I'm honest, it took me probably about an hour to solve this one. We've presented workshops across the country, and the feedback we get from learners as well as educators are mostly very positive. Yes, some of the categories of feedback that we've received, a student that presented the workshop to secondary school girls said that it was so easy for her to explain loops to the girls. We had someone noticing that he's not just on his phone, and when they play in groups it's much better to be away from your phone most of the time. So the phone is just a tool, it's not the focus. The interaction with friends is more important. IT teachers have said that it clearly improves logical thinking and challenges learners about their logical thinking in trying to find solutions. And then obviously, which we also like, is that it's fun. The kids always enjoy playing. And since we started with the project end of 2017, we have, with our facilitators in direct workshops, reached over 20,000 learners. This excludes the learners that have been playing with tanks at schools that purchased the game from us. To add value to the app, we've produced something we call a school kit, which schools can buy and then use in their curricula. And the two main aspects to the school kit is lesson plans developed by a teacher that's used to teaching kids coding, as well as 11 instructional videos. So the teacher actually just becomes the facilitator. The videos guides the learners through the different levels of the game. I always say when we started with tanks, we were two boys playing. So the domain tanks, we decided on that. And when we started rolling out, in South Africa, it wasn't such a big issue. maybe here and there a few parents or a few teachers question the concept of tanks. That in South Africa they kind of thought it's gender biased. If I'm honest, I haven't picked up any of that from the kids. So this kind of questions mainly came from adults, and many of our tournaments and games, the girls often did much better than the boys in the game. But when we started going across our borders, especially into Europe and countries like Germany and Norway, it wasn't the gender bias thing that caused anxiety. It was the fact that tanks sounds like war and security issues. So the domain tanks is clearly not very welcome in a continent like Europe. I might mention that we explored the American market. In the United States, they didn't seem to have a problem with it, but just across the border in Canada, tanks was also a problem. So we've added to our games the two apps called Boats and Ranges, both with a coding theme, but also an additional environmental awareness theme. Boats focuses on marine pollution or plastics in the ocean, and Ranges focuses on game poaching in Africa. So in Ranges, there's a ranger that tries to save a rhino from a game poacher, and in Boats, we're picking up plastics from the ocean. So if I had to reflect on our original objectives, the equipment you need to play is obviously a smartphone. Originally, we kind of assumed that most kids in South Africa would have smartphones. That is actually not true, if I'm honest. Especially in rural areas, kids sometimes have phones, but they're not smartphones and they're just not good enough to use the game with. But a basic smartphone of 1,300 Rand is good enough to play the game. If I had to compare that to a Lego Mindstorm robot of 7,000 Rand, it's still cheaper. And then we also find that in some schools teachers have phones. So if the school doesn't have their own phones, there are often phones available for kids to play in the school environment. But it is often a challenge for kids to go back home and play in some disadvantaged communities. Cost effectiveness, we're making a game set which allows 5 to 6 kids to play. We make that available at 150 Rand and a school kit at 3,000. And we have not seen any product that provides the same kind of coding complexity that is available closely at these kind of costs. As you've seen, we introduce nested structures, for loops, while loops, and optimization, and the coding gets quite complex by the final levels. By observing kids in workshops and playing in groups, we see fun, we see problem solving, we see feedback, we see gamification, we see group activity, and many other aspects, which I think all is a complement to the pedagogical principles at play while busy with tanks. Promoting programming as a career, I've come up with a concept of saying, obviously, once we played with these kids and they've done the 35 levels, they're not programmers. But we've added to the content of their career dreams. For the first time, thousands of kids at least have a concept of what coding is, of what programming is. And we trust that this will be something that will enthuse them, and one day that they would, when they finish matric, would go and study software development. It's a bread on the water engagement, unfortunately, but we believe that we are making a difference. After reaching 20,000 kids, there's no ways that I can really know how many of them would really go and study software development or are actively interested in studying it. But at least I know a few individuals in the Port Elizabeth metro area whose lives have literally been changed by playing tanks. Top left-hand corner, Buhle Pikoli is now studying a diploma in software development and he played tanks in 2018. And he testifies that playing this gave him a new idea about his future career. Kulumanku at the bottom was at a dysfunctional school, became one of our top national guys regarding tanks, and we managed to get him a bursary. He's now at one of the top IT schools in the province and adamant that he's studying computer science one day. Young Simamkele from New Brighton took part in a tournament earlier this year and won the tournament against kids from some of the posh schools in Port Elizabeth. And he is also very excited about future career plans. Just a quick advert on Nelson Mandela Day, 18th of July. We're having a virtual tournament using boats. Because of the lockdown, we can't do our current interactive workshops. So this tournament allows kids to play from home. If anyone is interested, they can talk to me afterwards. Kids from across the country are welcome to participate. Just before I wait for questions, these are the kind of photos that we get from across the country, and the kids allow us to put them on our Facebook page. This guy is now a matriculant. This was sent from literally a squatter hut in Bochabelo when he finished all 35 levels, and he will be studying at UCT next year. I will now be available on live chat if there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean, for preparing that presentation for us. It's certainly given us a real insight, and found those final examples that you put up there really inspiring in terms of the impact that tanks is having. I had jotted down a couple of questions, but towards the end of your presentation, you've preempted them and answered them. So Ed, I see we've got a couple of questions on the Q&A. Can I ask you just to reflect those for us, please?
Sure. I've got a couple here, maybe better for some of the questioners, to ask the questions themselves if I don't cover it correctly. Ingrid's just mentioned that the government has some form of PC rollout to schools. And is there any way that the schools can leverage off that project to support Professor Hrelin's work? If I understand that correctly, Ingrid?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. We've been in negotiation with quite a few education departments, provincial departments. The app is not developed for laptops, but they are distributing tablets in some schools. But I must admit, negotiating with education departments is not easy. And especially now with COVID, their focus is totally gone. So yes, we are aware of this. We are aware of schools that have purchased our school kits so they can use their tablets that they've received from government, but it could be on a much bigger scale. But negotiating with government is a long-term project. That's all I can say on that one.
I'll take your word for that one. Then I've had two questions from Patricia.
Patricia has actually joined us.
Patricia, I'm going to unmute there, and perhaps you can speak directly, because I didn't quite understand your first question. So I'm going to hand over to you if that's all right. If not, then I'll try and interpret your question. Okay.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you for this presentation. Just the one thing that the EV3 robots, there is a virtual robotics toolkit which we're busy investigating exactly for that fact that the equipment is so expensive. And when this COVID times, it's also just changed all our realities as well. But I really think I'm really keen on this tool. It's not a tool, it's just a game. It's phenomenal. Have you rolled out at all the science centers? Because I think this will be a stunning exercise for the science centers also to have when the kids go to the science centers.
We've had a big rollout in the Port Elizabeth Science Centre, actually in Uitenhage, end of last year.
Okay.
We collaborated with Africa Code Week and we reached 11,000 kids in 3 weeks' time here in Port Elizabeth. I'm talking to the Science Centre in Cape Town now for our Mandela Day tournament. So they are aware of us, but I haven't spoken to any other science centres. We did do a presentation at the SASTA conference in George last year, where the science centres delegates were. But at this stage, active with Uitenhage and talking to Cape Town.
Okay, because South Africa has like 37 science centers all over the country, and I just think this is a phenomenal resource. So maybe we should investigate that further. But
I
I'll
would
chat
love
to
to
you
talk
again.
to you. No,
Okay.
thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia.
Then I see there was some question being asked in dog language in the background there. I can't quite interpret that one.
It's
Maybe
only,
it was enthusiasm.
it's only because I'm online. They were dead quiet for the rest of the time. I can't win.
Thank you very much, Patricia.
My wife is trying her best to keep our dogs quiet at the moment.
Okay.
This is a challenge for sure.
Thank you very much. I have another question that's come through. You spoke to us, Jean, quite a bit about the students' reaction, which seems very positive. Do you have any reaction from the teachers regarding how they've experienced this?
Yes, definitely. Again, this could be a much bigger scale, but we've got our school kits, which is the 8 games and the lesson plans, etc., distributed to probably about 100 schools across the country. And it's really very positive feedback from teachers. The teachers here in Port Elizabeth that I know personally are actively involving them into their curriculum at the moment. We were obviously very much on track just before COVID to reach many more schools, but that kind of interactive thing in schools is now parked for a while. But yes, teachers are very excited. I've got IT teachers using it. I've got tech teachers using it in grade 9. And the lady that developed the lesson plans is at Hudson Park in East London for primary school. So she's used it from grade 1 to grade 4, I think, in the school situation. So teachers are always very positive.
Thanks, Sean. I'm not seeing any additional questions. I mean, I'm happy to open it up to the floor if there are any. But perhaps I've got one. I didn't notice on your slide deck where we can actually get this, because I'd love to get a set for my own kids.
Yeah, I didn't want to sound too commercial, but yeah, it's directly from me. We don't have any other fancy way of distributing. So people order them from me and I simply just courier to schools and to individuals. So you can just email me afterwards.
Thank you very much.
And I see Jekton is online and he had a question, I think. Jekton and Yango.
Yes, thank you so much for that nice presentation and a good project. Actually, my question has been answered in some way, but it's just about the reaction of the teachers and the parents about the use of game-based learning approach with the kids.
Yes, teachers, as I said, teachers appreciate it. It's also, I said it in the presentation, the teacher doesn't need to be a programmer her or himself. The instructional videos and the game itself actually teaches. So the teachers only need to be facilitators. I actually went to a school in Kala past Queenstown last year, and 3 months later, the kids were teaching younger kids. So yeah, that's, and I've got an educational specialist in Kroonstad that said to me, he's given up teaching his teachers web design, etc., and then they go back to the school and they don't really know what to do with this thing. He gives it to them and it teaches itself. So yes, no, we're getting very positive feedback, but I still need to have a breakthrough to enlarge my footprint. It's not big enough at this stage.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything else coming through. I did note maybe, when I was watching the presentation, I understand what you're saying. You're trying to actually get the kids to put the cell phones down, and that's a very tangible experience playing with the puzzle pieces. But given the fact that, that first question by Dr. Seeborger, that the tablets might roll out to schools, do you see scope for, say, a virtualized version of this? Because you could just as easily have those puzzle pieces on the screen of the tablet.
Yeah, we were kind of principled before COVID on this thing, because Byron and myself said, no, we want kids to work in groups. And teachers and parents have said they appreciate that. It takes the kids away from the phones. But COVID has kind of thrown us a curveball on this one. So the tournament I advertised right at the end is where we took our one app boats, which is coding for grade R's to 3, which is now totally virtual. They don't need any tokens, so they literally get one JPEG image from me a day before, and they start playing the tournament at home. Yeah, so that could be the next step, but we hope that after COVID, we want to go back to interactive groups. I think there's enough games on Play Stores, etc., where kids just play on the phone. We don't really want to compete in that market, but we've had to add features to boats in the past month or so. And in our first tournament, we had nearly 200 kids playing over 2 weeks and really enjoying it. So on Mandela Day, we're hoping to involve at least 500 kids across the country in a virtual tournament with no tangible tokens.
Thank you, Prof. George, I'm not seeing anything else coming through. Is anyone else interested? You can just raise your hand or unmute.
I see that does have us pretty much at our scheduled closing time.
Okay.
So if there are no further questions, I think it is time to bring the session and our first day of virtual Sacla 2020 to an end. John, thank you very much for your presentation. I certainly enjoyed finding out a bit more about tanks and the related games that you've got going there, and really excited by the potential to inspire some of our young school learners to get more involved in IT. It's a critical thing for all of us, and so really important work that you're contributing there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and thanks for creating me this platform. I really appreciate it.
Cool, thank you. And folks, that's it for day one of Virtual Sacla. It's been great to have you with us. I see we've had really good numbers of participants throughout the day, which has been kind of very satisfying for us as the organizing committee. Just a reminder that we'll be starting again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp, and hope to see you all again there. Thank you very much for your participation today. Have a good evening. Cheers.